We are online? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. The people in the audience here in Zlatibor and the people connected from all over Europe. Thank you for joining us. My name is Alberto Costa. I have the honor to be the president of the EWE Foundation, European Wool Exchange Foundation, who is the promoter of the European Wool Day. This is our third edition, and I must say, when we started, we decided that 9 of April was the day of wool. Why 9 of April? I don't remember. But it was free. It was a day with no other celebration. But we did not realize that there could be some coincidence with religious or social events. And this is what happened this year. 9 of April in Catholic countries is Easter Day. So we apologize for our followers who are in Catholic countries, but they have to follow us after the Easter lunch. In Orthodox countries, where we are, for example, today is not Easter. And for this reason, initially, we had planned to make and to prepare the European Wool Day from Greece. Everything was ready in Epirus, in Metsovo, and everything was very nice. And then Mr. Mitsotakis, my other colleague, the president, decided to have elections. So we say, no, he said, you cannot have the European Wool Day in Greece. And luckily, we were very lucky because Serbia raised the hand and say, would you like to come to Belgrade? And we say, feel fantastic that we have solved. And this is why we're here. We are in the district of Zlatibor, very important area of Serbia at the border with Bosnia and Herzegovina and near Montenegro. And it's an area with an old, actually I would say ancient knowledge of wool. You will see a lot of product and presentation. We are inside the Hotel Chigota that I would like to thank. My partner Verna will do it today. So there is snow outside. That's why we need wool. It's really very cold. And I would like to conclude the introduction by thanking the coordinator of this day, Mrs. Dora Jernitsky-Kozak from Budapest, who collected all the program, and my volcanic partner in Serbia, Vesna Todorovsky, from the company Crafting, who is the main sponsor of the day, and who collected and prepared everything for this 2023 edition. Vesna, please.
So thank you, Alberto, so much. So, buona Pasqua per tutti amici italiani e cattolici. I would like to thank to all project partners in Serbia, Municipality of Čajetina, President of Milan Stamatovic, Tourism Organization Zlatibor Vladimir Živanović, God Gondola, Mrs. Bojana Božanić, Eco Agrar Director Marko Marić, Regional Development Agency Zlatibor Slavko Lukić, Serbian Chamber of Commerce President Marko Čadež, Association for Keep the Treasure on Zlatibor, and special thanks to Hotel Chigota and Director Dr. Aleksandar Simić. And one thanks more to all guests from Greece, from Cyprus, from Kosovo, from Macedonia, from Montenegro, from Serbia. Welcome to the third European Wool Day. So we will start with first panel. It is Wool Enterprises by Women. The first presentation, the name is The Magical Weaving by Aleksandar Repegić, Museum of Stonišavlje, Pirot, Serbia. So he is a young and gold researcher. Today is absent somewhere around, but not connected by internet. So the other person will present this nice presentation. Welcome.
Welcome everybody. I will be talking about the magic of weaving, the origin and development of carpets. It is difficult to talk about the very origin of carpets. There are many different interpretations, and the biggest obstacle is hard evidence of where and when the carpet appeared, since the textile itself quickly deteriorates. The word kilim is the name for all types of rugs, blankets, and curtains, made with different weaving techniques and which are made mainly of wool. Even though period is often mentioned in the literature, there is almost no mention of carpets in written sources. M.A. Boo noted that the inhabitants in period are mainly engaged in carpet making. Few words about the ornamentation on period carpets. In its form, the period rug has four parts: the outer border, the plate, the inner border, and the field. Period carpets are characterized by a great variety of motifs, a different number of ornaments, some of which are autochthonous, but there are ornaments that were created under the influence of other cultures, like the Turkish, Caucasian, or the Greek. The motifs that appear on period carpet are geometric, vegetal, and zoomorphic motifs. Symbolism of the pattern. A rug is a tool of communication through which we get to know the beauty and richness of national traditions and folklore. Various patterns and motifs are associated with an event, experience, or desire. The motifs that are woven on the carpet represent the arbitrary association of the weaver. There are many different interpretations of the symbolism of the patterns, but since the carpet weavers were mostly illiterate women, they did not develop into the symbolism itself, but their work was limited to the creation of certain combinations of motifs. They often adopted patterns that come from different cultures. The use of those motifs is part of the weaver's creation. The color of the period carpets arose from our national tradition, which was influenced by the temperament of the people. The main mark of the period carpets is the red color. At the beginning of the 19th century, three colors prevailed: dark red, dark blue, and green. The carpet is initially dyed with natural dyes and later with aniline industrial dyes, since they provide a greater number of shades. Rug makers from period. Weaving is one of the most creative ways to express a woman's imagination. Carpets are not only proof of the great national artistic spirit, but also a document for the study of folk creativity. Due to their poor financial condition, women were mainly engaged in carpet weaving, which supported themselves and their families by weaving, and the making of carpet itself was the main source of income. Later, as the carpet industry itself developed, there was greater demand, so merchants hired an increasing number of weavers. Here let me show you some rugs from the museum's collection. That's the Russisch pattern. The trays. Crown Prince. The Russian monument. The Queen's sleeve. The Kuveri Smyrna pattern. The woodcut. And the German boxes. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you will enjoy the 3rd European Wool Day.
Alexander. Thank you so much, Dora, because she arranged by her husband. The next presentation is Wandering Ornaments of the Serbian Period Kilim, Milica Živanović. So, some lines about our friendship. Her pattern invited me for a coffee in the moment where I watched them at the internet. It was 2 years ago. Let's see the wandering ornaments. And after that, yes, excuse me, she is the grandchildren of famous writer Boris Stankovic.
Ah. This is what the adults see.
Thank you, Milica, so much. So I would like to share some news with you, because this conference we prepared during my practice in Florence in February and March in one association for handmade weaving silk. It is completely different material. And my task as a guest company was to make a common project. And we made it, but I was in doubt about the title of the project then. Direttrice, director of Lysia, one morning opened the door of my office and told me, osmosi di cultura. It means not possible to put a border between us. It is osmosis, a biological process. So, why I share with you? Because Pirot Kilim is our next project in Florence, and Italian will bring us the silk, we will bring the wool in Florence. So, it is the time to present Gordana Lazarevic. I have a great honor to invite you to share with us completely different region from the Pirot. It is about local resources, about Dobrila Smiljanic, about Sirogojno Museum. We invited also Syrogoino Museum staff for this event today. Please.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Bull Day in Europe, everywhere. This is the book describing Brilla's Mennonite life. Look, it's a very hard book, it's very difficult, it's heavy. That means that she has a very rich life working here. She was working completely locally in the area of Zlatibor where we are today. And if you are asking yourself why we put this celebration here in this area, it's simply because of Dobrila and her work. We are nesting this celebration here, and the answer is very simple. This is a very vibrant site, full of new hotels, full of life, full of new roads and good connectivity, and it is the result of her efforts and the efforts of the local women, and with their wool, with their needles, with their hard work, they created the changes of the region and brought prosperity to the region. This presentation I'm dedicating to Dobrila. She is still alive but very old, and she is not able to come and visit here. I called this presentation Bliss of Creativity or Creation because it was really sparkling creativity which brought new ideas in a very, very traditional community and changed the community from the bottom to up. Dobrila, as an entrepreneur, changed the social structures of this society with her work and work with her companions. Her work can be, and results for women, illustrated by the statement which made one of the hair knitters, the woman who was knitting for her. Dobrila enabled peasant women to earn more of their own income here at their own homes, next to the children, households, and their daily work. She made us truly independent. You know, women in the villages are dependent. They can't ask anything, especially for their own needs. And if you have a man who is controlling and running after any penny, he doesn't allow you to have much, always asking why and where you are going to spend money. Do you really need it? It's said by Jasminka Starčević. It's not written by anyone, it's her own experience. How we did it. I'm showing you the pictures of those who are changing the world of fashion. You see the bill in the middle of the picture, and you see, and it is, she is surrounded by the women, and it is according to the face and according to everything you see that they are very simple peasant women. They are working with her, but they are also changing their own lives, the lives of their children, and they made their villages better with their work around. What is the fashion miracle made of? What were the economic circumstances of that time in Yugoslavia? If you can see, you will see low productivity, unemployment, indebtedness, poverty, and many reforms have been needed. These were years predecessing economic reform of 1965. Cities were under the pressure from internal migration of population. Villages are emptying very quickly, and migration to the west of developed economies is increasing steadily. From 1965 to 1967, economic migration reached 1 million people from the former Yugoslavia. That was unbearable for politicians, so they have to do something to do that. Also, there were changes in the society, and at the initiative of Women of Yugoslavia, a large consumer survey was conducted about what they disliked about the domestic fashion industry. And the answer was dullness, uniformity, poor quality, poor craftsmanship, unskilled labor. The government took the initiative and prepared a major study on the causes of unemployment and how to eliminate it. The textile industry was identified as a sector that could elevate part of the unskilled labor problem. A decision was made about 3 pillars of the development of fashion industry. More and more dissatisfied customers identifying problems, and the state was helping to solve them, especially by entering the world fashion scene. And it was a very complicated scheme and lasting support with money and knowledge. The first timid beginnings were with the National Salon, which used traditional embroidery motifs on modern women dresses. And the salon, and the head of the salon was Zoran Nikezic. The other pillar was Centro Textile, whose at that time uniform designer, Aleksandar Joksimovic, became a world star, using rich cultural heritage in a series of fashion shows such as Simonida. Otherwise, the fashion show with the most privately copied models in Yugoslavia ever. She also created Prokleta Jelena, Vitraž, etc. The third pillar, he was really creating high fashion. The third whose products have traveled the world. Joksimovic was the high fashion end, and Dobrila and Sirogojno were fashion for all women and for the rest of the world. What was the Dobrila and Sirogojno achievements? You can see the pictures which are of the models which are in the Museum of Sirogojno, and you can see also other pictures and what was done. What was the fashion miracle made of? You can see on the pictures the rich colors and embroideries and motifs which were on our disposal as our cultural heritage, which has to find new life in the everyday life. What we have done? We had the enthusiasm of the local women to adopt novelties and to adjust to modern time, energy and learning by doing, and hard work 24 hours, 365 years a day. Dobrila was the first to understand that tradition has to be modernized and adapted. She didn't want replicas of folk motifs, but their original use in fashion creation. Knitting sweaters were not a souvenirs, a memory of an exotic destination, but a garment that had its purpose. From today's perspective, this was an example of sustainable development based on domestic resources and knowledge, with minimal investments, but with a great impact on the local environment, and especially on the position of women, connectivity and new industries and new opportunities creation. It's like reading the United Nations 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development and the goals achieved 60 years ago. The stories about, next one. So you can see the models later, sorry. The stories are known about working late into the night and family members joining when it was necessary to prepare the sweaters. Also, what is important, it's a fact of emulation. It spread, the idea of work in such a manner spread throughout Yugoslavia. We all remember Rudnik Confectionery, highly specialized in producing women's shirts and finest materials, and Aero industry of men's shirts, who was exporting 2 million shares per year to United States only. So that is what's going on and how it was development. Also, what is very important, Dobrila was honoring every worker in her association. Each knitted item had a label with the name of the designer and knitter who knitted it. She achieved recognition of individual work. The knitters were presented at the fashion show. You can also see it on the picture. And the instruction of the world and the introduction to the world and the world to the knitters. Personal affirmation, liberation from traditional family responsibilities, and perhaps the first trip to the big world. Exceptional respect for workers and highlighting their importance in the creation process. The handicrafts we Dobrila created were worn by Nancy Reagan, Barbara Bush, Raisa Gorbachin. Even Pierre Cardin did not hide his enthusiasm for her models. The wife of President of Iceland welcomed the English Queen in one of the Sirogoino sweaters. So what did Dobrila achieved? She achieved that more than 2,000 workers were employed over 30 years of existence of this company. 80% of the production were exported around the world, Tokyo, New York. And I'm quoting a letter. Recently in New York, on Fifth Avenue, I saw sweaters and knitted dresses from Sirogoino in a very respectable department store. Not to mention prices. Americans buy and admire our peasant girls who knitted it. Stevan Nestorovic, editor-in-chief of the weekly NIN. What was the achievement beyond the fashion? The achievement beyond the fashion was Knitterwear's Museum. So they were socially responsible company. They were developing the other and developing their local community to live better. Also, there is an open-air ethno-village of Sirogoino, which is preserving the culture of wood and wood buildings, preservation of material and non-material heritage of the region, culture in the village, and for the villagers, and gallery and libraries where you can visit also. Balanced regional development, the development of rural and high tourism, and education with the work, spirit of entrepreneurship, and lasting empowerment of women. What Dobrila achieved herself. Dobrila was decorated with the Order of Work with Golden Red in 1971. In 1977, she awarded the Italian Fashion Association a yearly award. She is also a winner of UNESCO Lifetime Achievement Award, and she also got an award life for achievements of the Association of Applied Arts in Serbia. And what is her personal achievement after the 60 years? Wars. First, tell you wars, country dissolution, and international sanctions destroyed this this enterprise and successful story. But the spirit and innovation and creativity of new ideas is not destroyed yet. And if you look in Zlatibor today, Dobrila Smiljanić has created her own heritage and live in our work and endeavors. Thank you.
We really hope that Dobrila was connected and she could listen to you with this beautiful presentation.
Thank you so much, Gordana. So thank you. You bring me the vibration from my study age when I was 21, 20. I was here at the excursion and imagine how it will be wonderful to be part of the Brilla team. Now I'm here. Okay. We can go for the next presentation. So I invite another coach. So another coach.
In the meantime, the Nada
Okay.
gets ready. They need
Something.
2 minutes is too much. 1 minute.
Okay.
To reset the
Easily.
volume. But Nada, you get ready.
Yes.
You come here. We
So I
have
will do the promotion.
I oblačiće i to mi je ostala slika do dan danas.
give the time to the translation.
Okay, my name is Nada Korach. My name is Nada Korach. I have 73 years and my work with wool is from 60 years. So from my early childhood I start with touch and then with handmade wool.
Radila sam razne tehnike. Jedna od omiljenih mi je tkanje na štrikaćoj mašini, što nije baš poznato kod nas. Pre 10 godina sam prvi
I feel today as a part of European Union.
Okay.
So, there is a story about, it is a Serbian wool story about family roots from my life through the 5 generation of women and keepers that treasure on tradition and intangible cultural heritage. But also it is a story about beauty of wool creation and therapeutic knitting, love for fiber making, patterns, colors, and passion for education, transfer of knowledge and skills of cultural heritage. So, women enterprises, and what is the mother ready to do for her children? So today we say women enterprises. It is the same like decades before, like Gabriela did it. It is a fight for the existence. Wool invites designer for sharp view and closer communication, to touch, to feel, for collaboration with researcher and curators, for inspiration, traveling to look for tailor-made solution and high quality of implementation in the interior, exterior and fashion. Rural tourism is a chance to combine heritage and good and innovative wool products. So it is my life story. My mother hands, my daughters Marina and Tiana, and my first project as a member of Swiss Contact Mission in Kosovo when I received the first grant and start to be the businesswoman in wool. So it was yesterday. So the time is running 2012. The first project was knitting the brand Municipality of Dragaš, Kosovo. So my donator was Swiss Cooperation Office in Kosovo. Project goal was to train the rural women to knit and follow the designer concept of the product, preparation for the labor market. I was only one Serbian in multicultural environment, and thanks to my friend from Kosovo, all was successful. So, textile in Zlatibor and rural EU women and SMEs week and EU program Mobilize SME. There is the name of some of my work from 2022 and this year. Crafting established in May, 6 May 2022 as a SME. So Open Air Museum, Old Village Sirogojno, it is case study number 1. So Snežana Tomic, my colleague curator, made a researcher of old patterns from 18th and 19th century, and I made a product. The product starts to be alive in interior, especially in the museum. So you can see our exposition. It was on July, middle of July last year. So Snežana and the daughter from the knitters from Dobrila time. Exterior design as well. It is the pattern from the previous century. Then Kapetan Mišina, Parobrod, Novi Sad and Belgrade. It was in the one-day exhibition in Parobrod and my presentation at the end of the big regional project, Rural Women Development. So I would like to promote three houses as a touristic destination. Kuća Petrovića from Aleksandrovac, because the architect of that house from the beginning of 20th century was the Italian architect. There is the 3 generation, my friend Katarina, mother and daughter of Katarina. So original pirot carpet, pirot rug. There is example of my product, the blanket, in the interior design. It is the cottage in the vineyard. It was the last one interior before and after. Katarina and her husband asked for something special. Then I decided to choose the color, the same as the kilim, and then something special, the small one. It was in August last year. I received the invitation from Gold Gondola, and we present the handmade handicrafts at the end of Gold Gondola, the peak of the Tornik. Also, I would like to present the Lady Gaga house. It is my very good friend, and husband is my ex-student. And you can enjoy in Village Sirogojna in Lady Gaga house. You can order. Please contact me. It is a bird view to the Sirogojna, and at the left side it is arrangement by Gaga and me. Some wool blankets and pillows. So I like Italy so much as my country. It is Italian Institute of Culture in Belgrade. It was a project con motivo in Viaggio, and many more. It is my daughter as the main, younger daughter, as the main promoter in Florence. And there is, from the October, our pillows in her home in Florence. Finally, it is me. I'm the I'm interior designer for the first. It is my passion, but I'm representative of the Republic of Serbia in Cultural Council of Michelangelo Foundation in Geneva. Also, I'm the member of European Wool Foundation and new member of ILO American League for Florence. Thank you so much to be here.
Thank you, congratulations. Now we have to accelerate quickly. So to save some seconds, you can go with the video of Eva Basile, my same country, Italian.
Yes.
Eva Basile is...
Eva Basile
yes,
is my office colleague from Fondazione Arte della Seta Lisio.
Very good.
Shall we start with presentation?
The video.
Yes, we worked in Foundation for Seta, but she is a very passionate with wool. It is a video. Please watch. Okay.
It's okay. Go to Mia now. Next is Mia.
Mia.
Yeah.
Yes. It is my pleasure to invite Mia. Mia Tadic. The best practice in Serbia. Sheep farm. Please join us. Welcome to board. So Mia is our daughter-in-law and sister-in-law. She was born in Finland and was in Serbia some years ago for course of language, and then you can continue your life story.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm Mia Tadic. I'm from Finland, as Vesna said. Thank you so much, Vesna and Alberto. It's really nice to be here. I had my little presentation video in first European Wool Day, and this my video presentation is now basically a very similar, but in Serbian, because I wanted really to promote wool and made this one for Serbian audience. And unfortunately, my technical skills are not that good that I could. There's no titles for that. So I tell a little about in English about this video and what we are doing. We have a sheep farm.
You
And
can start the video in the meantime. You comment.
well, there is this video is in Serbian language.
Okay.
So just a
we
couple.
switch off the language, I think. Maybe the others cannot understand Serbian.
Okay.
No.
Okay. I have the
We are
translation
already
here. So
10 minutes late.
okay. So
You
the main
tell the story.
Tell the story.
yes,
Yeah.
the main thing is that the name of the video is "Wool is Born to be Loved," and it tells about that the wool is really born. It's not made by a man. It's a gift from a sheep. And that is really thrilling thing for me, because when we moved from Finland to Serbia to have a sheep farm, I fell in love with the sheep and I fell in love with the wool. And it was so amazing thing. And then I realized that actually it's not that easy to make this wool to a product, because first you need to wash the wool, you need to shear and then wash, actually shear, sort, wash, and card and spin, and then you can make these great products that we have seen here. So also in this video you will see my mother-in-law. I really appreciate the tradition in Serbia and tradition in my home country, Finland, and in Europe, because wool is something that you need. You just get connected with tradition, with your roots, with nature, and as my friend said, with yourself and with God and universe. So that's it. I don't know, maybe we can go and see the film. Here it
Yes.
goes.
That is the film.
But yeah, with no voice. So please comment the images.
Yes. This is how wool is born in English.
Okay. So you want Serbian?
Yes, the
Yes,
title.
okay. You can put the.
Fantastic.
There are titles.
There are some.
The symptom. So,
beautiful video. Bravo.
So I can propose the next level of your farm, maybe educational center. We will support with you grant. Okay.
Here, and we have changed so many experience with you.
One
Što
day
vi-
change all.
Yes. Thank you so much, and thank you very much for Dora, who has made the titles there. So there's also the English translation. Thank you so much.
Bravo.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Thank you, Mia, once again.
Thank you, Ivan.
We are
Thank
a bit.
you, Tadic, and thank you, Ljubica.
Are you ready with the next Irish craft? Because we apologize with the friends that are following us. We have some problems with sound, apparently. I got message from the UK and the sound is not perfect and we are a bit late, 10 minutes compared to the program. So we try to catch up and we move from Serbia to Ireland, and we have a beautiful contribution from the wool shop of Sandra King called Irish Fiber Crafters in Ireland. When the technical team is ready, we go. The comment for the technician is that the voice is very low. They say the voice is very low. No, during the video, for example, from the previous video. So start now the Irish craft, please. It is going.
sound more.
Use a pinch of tin. I don't have much of that. You just use a pinch because if you're not careful with it, it can make your yarns brittle, can damage the fiber. This is the copper sulfate. This one is, I've used very little of it also, but I also use it for my sheep. When they go lame, I mix it with Vaseline and rub it on their meat, and it helps to heal them. And this one is iron. It's just your regular iron. So there's other mordants. You can use rhubarb leaves. You can use different things for mordants. There's loads of other ones, but these are the 4 basic ones. I know that if it became necessary, I could, with my skill of spinning, I could use the wool that is produced by my sheep, process it, spin it, and make it into things that we need for the family, such as bedding, blankets, carpets, knitted garments, anything like that. This is what I try to convey to my students, is that learn this craft, learn this handcraft. You'll have it for the rest of your life, and then if you needed to be self-sufficient and use it that way, you can.
Very good. So now to complicate our life, because the group presenting the next video would like to try to say something. So we trust our technical team. Are you ready? Yes. Bom dia. Bom dia.
See you all.
Wow.
Dobrodošli u Srbiju.
I hope you are having a very good European World Day and a good Easter. We try to make a movie to show you how women are every day getting more involved in the whole process and getting passionate about it. So I hope you enjoy it very much. We apologize from some noise that we could not put out, but I hope you understand that we are very in love with wool.
Excellent. Thank you.
You can help us.
Muy obrigado.
Thank you.
Muy obrigado. And we go now with the video. Guys, are you ready? Portuguese Women Empowerment with Wool by Marta Correia, Club Tricot e Companhia, Portugal.
Bravo.
Yeah.
Throughout history, women have always played a fundamental role in the wool cycle. We are sharing with you some life experience where wool has the main leading role.
My family owns these sheep that are from a species called Churra Mondegueira, which is the oldest kind of sheep from Iberian Peninsula. We provide us many things such as the milk and the meat that we sell, but we also sell the wool that is used to make blankets, but can also be used to other things.
They care about animal nutrition, healthcare, the environment, breed improvement studies, to follow the whole process so that in the end they obtain a quality product that is sold and used by wool valorization projects.
I started off in Scotland, and since living in Portugal in the Fundão region, I'm fortunate enough to have met some lovely people, and I now use the 4 fleeces that come from this region of Merino, Sierra de Estrela, what's it called? Churo do Campo, and Churo de Mondigueira. I'm fortunate that I can go to market and I have people that are now following me and they go, oh, there you are, and 100% wool, amazing. And they, you know, it has its place, acrylic has its place, but wool is also very nice and lovely to knit with. The markets I go to is not just to sell wool. It's my chance to talk to people, and it's a bit of an education, and children are coming up and they're like, oh, what are you doing? And as well as spinning, you can felt the wool and turn it into, you know, little animals or balls or whatever. And yes, it's just an education, and if someone wants to learn to spin, I teach spinning as well, and the drop spindle if you don't want to have a spinning wheel. Yes, anyone can spin.
At the moment, there are several projects led by women, such as Burel Factory, Rosa Tomás, William May, Sabir Sabir, Evelita, Angela Martin, and several more. We advise you to search. We invite you all to discover Portuguese wool.
Thank you so much, Portugal. Thank you. We're still connected. Follow us. We will finish at 8 o'clock tonight, probably 8:30 if we continue like this. Yeah, we are half an hour late. So we move to the UK with the book of British wool for felt making. So if our colleagues are ready. This video was not sent. Oh, so we catch up. I'm sorry for the International Felt Making Association. So the next is from Hungary, refashioned by Sofia Mohammed. And in the meantime, we are making some experiments to improve the quality of the video. Of the sound. Thank you very much. And we like feedback. Yes, play. Go. Let's see. Sophia Mohammed, Hungary.
I'm Sophia Mohammed from Hungary. Me, as an artist, always loved to work with textiles. There was a lecture at the university of which I remember the most was the wool sweater of the guy was wearing in front of us. The moth-eaten hole from his sweater were strictly covered by some mysteriously felted textile. I so much loved this idea that I had no idea what. 12 years passed and the desired idea simply bombed into my mind. I gave it a try and immediately I fell in love with it. Now I use it with such a confidence as a painter uses the canvas and the brush. I usually find the sweaters in second-hand shops and steel markets. My mission is living a new life through so valuable, pleasure to touch material like that wood, and therefore here it comes to unique for those who can't afford it. While there's hardly anything on the shelves of those popular fast fashion shops that I would even like to touch. For me as an artist and as a woman, the first and foremost importance is in the tactile sensation of a material, the structure of it, then comes the color, and only if these two are my taste comes the style. As sculptures say, every block of stone has a statue inside it, and it is the task of the sculptor to discover it. I also like to find the perfect match for the design and the owner, the motive of the person. I love producing customized surprise scenarios. Many people insist on complicated clothes, and the tricky moths have a special sense of finding the most beloved ones and systematically destroy them, causing the pain of loss for the deprived owners. This is why I'm happy when someone asks me to fix an old glass cashmere and therefore heal the wound.
For next year because I didn't realize our British colleagues are connected by Zoom. Can you hear us? Oh, I'm so sorry. Please apologize. So we go back to you and you can make your presentation on the felt making.
I'm just waiting to screen share. At the moment it's saying that my screen sharing is disabled.
Yes. You know the YouTube has a delay, a gap, so You probably still see the Hungarian presentation.
Here we go.
There you go. Nearly done. You ready?
Almost ready. Here we go. I'm in Wales in the UK. Where we have lots of sheep here, and it's currently very sunny. So I'm just going to share my screen now for you, and I should be able to show. There we go. You should be able to see that. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be able to share our experience with you. This is a project which I don't think would have happened without the pandemic. We had a meeting, our last meeting before the lockdowns in February 2020 of the International Feltmakers Association, our regional coordinators, and we had a discussion that there were only books available on British wool for spinning and weaving, but none on felt making. So here I am in my studio. I had been commissioned to write this book, and I suggested that I spoke to the publishers and suggested we could write a book on British wool for felt making. We presented them with a synopsis and they agreed, and it's all natural wool. And a group of us, 16 members of the Makers Guild in Wales, across the UK and also in Switzerland, we got together, and teamwork, women working together, we're very good at doing that. We produced and wrote this book. It was all via Zoom because we were in lockdown. We couldn't actually meet up. We had many Zoom meetings. The big problem was agreeing which wools to focus on. There are over 100 British wool breeds. We decided that we would narrow it down to those wool breeds which we knew felted well and those which are fairly easily available, because we didn't want to discourage people from working with the wools. So these are the breeds that we selected. There's quite a variety there, and they all felt in very different ways but are ideal for making lots of different projects. We were quite meticulous in the way we worked. A team of us all worked on particular breeds. With those that had some of the wool in stock or worked with it previously. And we made samples with 5 grams of wool and 10 grams of wool of each of these wool breeds. And this illustrates the difference in the textures and the qualities of the wool that we were working with. It wasn't only wet felting, we also needle felted the wools as well. And it's amazing the difference that some are good for needle felting, some are good for wet felting. It varies. We set up a little questionnaire for all of the wools that we worked with, so that we had consistency in how the wools were assessed. And this is just an example. This is Lincoln long wool, and we went through all these particular qualities of the wool, how it felt, the micron, the luster, etc., so that we explained how the wools worked, how they felted, how long it would take you to felt them. And also we had recommendations of how you would use these wools. So some were good for garments, some were good for rugs. And we illustrated this with inspiration of ideas of what you could use these wools for. Now, I've just chosen a few of my personal favourite wools. Blue-faced Leicester. I love the crimp of blue-faced Leicester. It's such a lovely, lovely wool to work with too, and it's great for garments. And combined with silk, you can create some fantastic textures. Another of my favourite, coming from Wales and living in Wales, is the Black Welsh. A lot of people don't like this wool, but I love its quality, this lovely dark chocolatey brown colour. And it's great for making more hard-wearing items such as bags and rugs. Another favourite is the Manx Lockton, which is and that one of the breeds that actually sheds its fleece, and that's another gorgeous kind of milk chocolatey colour, and that's produced. It's great for texture, but it's quite a soft wool as well. It's not too harsh. And then my final favourite is Shetland, because look at those wonderful natural colours. I really encourage people to use the natural wools, and there's a fantastic variety of colours with Shetland sheep. And again, that's a nice soft wool, but it's very hard wearing as well. And yeah, I forgot to mention that I love this. Isn't it in fact glamorous sheep, so beautiful. And again, that's got a very long crimp, and it's great for making lampshades and textile items. Another Swaledale, again that's great for rugs, and it's a lovely light grey colour, which is great also for the soles of your slippers. We went through a variety of techniques showing people what they could do with these wools as inspiration. This is using the whole fleece to make faux fur rugs, and kind of running through the process of cleaning, creating texture by using uncarded wool, as well as using roving and bats. And there's many illustrations in the book by all the different contributors to show how you can use these wools in your work. Exploiting the natural colours.
Thank you, Mandy.
Okay, so there you go. I shall finish there. Lots of ideas for you. And as I said, there's lots of information on the International Frontmakers Association website.
Yeah, we took note. It's excellent. We've seen the website. As you know, our official language is bad English. Your English is very good. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Keep following us. And where can we buy? Is the book can be bought abroad? Okay. So we go back to Hungary because we interrupted. It was my fault. And you should have a contribution from Kasparov's publisher. A very nice book with woolen pictures. Which would go by itself. So back to Hungary.
Egyszerre két művésztől kaptunk olyan anyagot, ami egyedülálló a világon. Én nem tudok róla, hogy más kiadó adott volna ki olyan könyvet, ahol az illusztrációk alapja gyapjúkép lenne.
Az, hogy a gyerekeknek mennyire fontos a mese, azt talán akkor szoktuk leginkább érezni, amikor mesélünk nekik, és látjuk az arcukon, sőt nem is az arcukon, hanem az egész testükön, lényükön ezt a teljes odaadottságot. Mint hogyha teljesen egyé válnának azzal, amit hallanak. És éppen ezért nagyon nagy is a felelősségünk, hogy mi az, amit kínálunk nekik, amivel ők egyé fognak válni. Mert nagyon nem mindegy, hogy mivel válnak egyé.
Mondhatom, hogy szívem, lelkem benne van a képekben, és mindazt beleraktam, amit én fontosnak találok az évszakok változásaival, mondjuk úgy, hogy az évkörrel kapcsolatban.
Kiderült, hogy Brigi is, Andi is, mind a ketten ezzel kísérleteztek, úgyhogy egymásról nem is tudtak.
Nagyon vágyam volt arra, hogy készíteni akkor olyan mesekönyveket, vagy másokat is akár inspirálni arra, hogy készítsenek olyan mesekönyveket, amiket a gyerekek, hogyha a kezükbe vesznek, akkor elkezd szárnyalni a fantáziájuk, és magukba szívják a mesét, és aztán azt alkotják tovább, és formálják tovább a maguk világa szerint, mert igazából ez a legnagyobb ajándék az ő számukra, amit egy mese adhat.
Ha mi vállaljuk a tökéletlen hangunkat a gyerekeinkkel, akkor ők is fogják vállalni a hangjukat. Nekik is egy felszabadulást fog hozni, hogy lehetnek önmaguk, lehet olyan hangjuk, amilyen.
A könyvhez tartozik egy internetes oldal, és ott meg lehet hallgatni az összes dalt, amit a könyv tartalmaz.
Azt gondolom, hogy már tényleg nem lesz akadálya az együtténeklésnek.
Very, very good. So we have a first contribution from Spain now, from the Balearic Island. There is no snow there, like here. And entrepreneur Berta Paz Lurido, she is very welcome. And you see, we can move to Spain. Very good. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Berta Paz. I'm an associate professor of physiotherapy in the University of the Balearic Islands. This year I have this presentation. Please feel free to check the presentation from last year, because there are more detailed information regarding some of the issues of this one this year. Of course, many things happens between April 22 and 23. In our case, we went on working with that exhibition, and also we finished a report regarding the use of wool as a resource in health sciences. And at that time, we wrote also quote this regarding the need to support local entrepreneurship projects. We also have the information from a report that shows us the difficulties regarding the situation of wool in the Balearic Islands, but also the possibilities for the future. And here is the project that this presentation is talking about. It's the impact of responsible consumption of textiles. We wanted to go on a little bit more focus on the consumers, and also to give our consumers in the Balearic Islands some information about what is who is working with wool and what are they creating. So we created a questionnaire asking all these people that was working with wool, what were they doing? It was a company, what exactly were they working with wool? And we have a lot of information now, and this information is coming mainly from women. Mainly, all are women, in fact, all the response that we get. And this fits very well with this report, because they settled the need to promote women entrepreneurship, as it is in the question of research and previous experiences also in our country. So the point here is that we face a climatic crisis, and textile consumption has a relevant impact on that. And this is what's going on now, and this too. So since pandemics, it's supposed that consumers are a little bit more sensitive about the sustainability, and again, it can be a possibility for wool. This fits with this promotion of local products, but also the law that makes all this plan for the equality and the gender issues in entrepreneurship. So here I bring 3 examples of 3 entrepreneurs projects run by women that in fact could be a kind of example of the categories that we got from the questionnaire. And this came from the press, so also to show you the importance of the local press in this visibility. So Janatura, that they are creating felt together with the Garrobert Foundation. Maria Vando, that she's working with wool in an artistic and artisan creation and focusing also in the tourism market. And also finally Adriana, that she works with art, tapestries, and somehow she's also a cloth designer, and she's well known in Mallorca, but also was exposed her work in Vogue España, so that's interesting too. Here, the university, what is our role here? Is to accelerate these projects, validate our research, help our students to be more entrepreneurs, particularly women. And by now we're working in these areas with wool equipments, biofilms, composting, bioconstruction, social entrepreneurship, and craft and merchandising. So hopefully next year we have also new entrepreneurship and women entrepreneurship for the next presentation. Thank you very much, and hope you enjoy this event.
Excellent, thank you very much. We are closing with a bit of delay the first group of presentation on entrepreneur experiences by women with wool all over Europe. And we have visited 6, 7 countries. We move now to the second concept of what we call therapeutic knitting. Knitting is good for the mind. And the real author, the initiator of this concept is our friend Betsam Corkin from Bath in the UK, and I'm delighted to give her the floor with a presentation that will explain the concept of therapeutic knitting. Whenever you're ready, go with the video, please. Thank you. And I remind you that all these videos will remain in our website for months and months. So if you miss something, you can go back and see it again. Betsam Corkin, the wider view.
Hello, I'm Betsam Corkin and I'm based in the city of Bath in the UK. I'm a former physiotherapist, now working as a lifestyle health and well-being coach. I'm also the founder of Stitch Links. I've been researching the meditative, creative and social benefits of knitting since 2005. I'm going to talk to you today about taking a wider view of therapeutic knitting. Therapeutic knitting is one of the pillars of the EWE Foundation, through which we are spreading the word of therapeutic knitting across Europe and the wider world. EWE is also promoting further research and growing links between like-minded people across Europe and the wider world, building a therapeutic knitting community. In recognition that we will have a much stronger voice when we work together. These EWE Wool Days on April the 9th every year are one way of connecting us. The EWE Foundation promotes the use of 100% European wool, much of which is currently burned or buried at a cost to the environment. EWE promotes the use of European wool in the practice of therapeutic knitting, with the aim of expanding the benefits experienced by knitters to include farmers, local industry, and hugely importantly, the benefits to our planet Earth from using this natural resource. Ultimately, this comes back to us as knitters because we are all connected. Farming practices and the health of farming, the biodiversity of the soil, the health of our planet, directly impacts the food we eat and our health. It's increasingly being recognized that our gut biome affects every aspect of our health, including the functioning of our immune system and our mental health. Good practice also helps society to better control existing and emerging diseases. Global travel means we are ultimately only as healthy as the poorest on the planet, and COVID has been a really brutal reminder of this. By promoting the use of wool that is currently burned or buried because there is no market for fleece across Europe, we also help to build local industry around its processing, which creates jobs and investment, and, importantly, a sense of community. These issues have an impact on our local communities and ultimately our collective and individual health and well-being. Humans are complex beings who are intricately connected to their immediate environment and the wider world. Our environment provides the context for our health. And this context has the power to change our biology, which is why it is so important to look at this wider picture. For example, it's long been recognized in the world of pain medicine that pain is heavily dependent on context. You will feel more pain if you're in a stressful, poor or lonely environment. Wider world events will also affect your pain. If you listen to a distressing news item, your brain will assume your world is a dangerous place and you will be more likely to feel pain. In contrast, A sportsperson who is caught up in the excitement of a cup final may not notice an injury, sometimes even a broken bone. My husband once played 40 minutes of a rugby match with a broken cheekbone. They were winning the cup and he was the kicker. In another context, that would have hurt a lot. You may also well find that if you're having a good time with friends or listening to the waves lap on the beach, you feel less stressed or feel fewer symptoms. And this is being increasingly recognized in other health conditions too. Your environment matters, your local environment and wider world events. Again, COVID was a stark reminder across the world. Those living in areas of poverty, deprivation, poor job prospects, poor working conditions, and trauma suffered significantly higher rates of COVID and higher mortality. So context matters. So what does this have to do with knitting? We're becoming more savvy about knowing the source of our food and the impact it has on the environment. And as knitters, we are becoming more aware of the source of the yarn we use and the detrimental effect the production of synthetic yarn can have on the environment. So it's shocking that tons of European fleece are wasted every year. One of the big barriers to knitting with 100% wool is cost. So we're aiming to address this through the growth of this local circular economy of wool. This will take time, but we've begun the journey. It can be done. EWE's sister organisation, Gomitolo Rosa in Italy, is already doing this and supplying wool to therapeutic knitting groups across Italy. This is produced from fleece that would otherwise have been burned or buried at a cost to the environment. A similar project is in the development stage in Cyprus, which keeps lots of milk sheep for its halloumi cheese industry. Up until now, there's been no market for the fleece from these sheep. EWE is also promoting research into therapeutic knitting and crochet. Some of you will know that in 2013, Stitch Links and researchers from Cardiff University surveyed more than 3,500 knitters from 32 countries. Significant findings included more frequently people knit, the happier and calmer they report feeling, and you needed to knit more than 3 times a week, which is no hardship. 81% of knitters reported feeling happier after knitting. 54% felt happy or very happy. Fewer than 1% remained sad, and excitingly, this translated across to those with clinical depression. Another significant finding was that texture was twice as significant as colour for affecting mood. Touching something good makes you feel good, and it concluded that further research was needed. But there's no getting away from the fact that it is really difficult to find funding for a study on knitting. People have their preconceptions of knitting and it's not seen as scientific enough. It's perceived as something done by older women, as being soft, a bit fluffy, and as far removed from hard science as you can get. So when I began this work, I had to call knitting something different, something that would appeal to the science and medical world. So I called it a bilateral rhythmic psychosocial intervention, just to get my foot in the door and spark their interest. Then, when we finally got a large study underway at the Brain Imaging Centre of Reading University in 2020, it was thwarted by COVID. Luckily, a research group in Milan offered to help with funding from a generous benefactor. The study was done on crocheters because in a pandemic it was easier to supply sterile bags with crochet hooks rather than knitting needles. A MEG scanner was used to view the magnetic fields around the electrical activity in the brain. 40 crocheters were compared to a control group. Results will be announced soon. On the back of this Milan study, a similar study of knitters using EEG which measures electrical activity in the brain, is being organized in Zagreb, Croatia. So EWE is working on promoting and bringing together the pockets of research from around the world. Working together in this way will help us to gather information from a growing number of studies and to put those findings together. So what is therapeutic knitting? Knitting is, in the main, therapeutic. However, I realized that people could learn to enhance the benefits of knitting to improve their health and well-being. So I came up with the term therapeutic knitting. I define therapeutic knitting as a combination of knitting and knowledge in order to deliberately improve your well-being. What do I mean by knowledge? It's about having the knowledge of how to enhance the benefits of knitting, as well as if you have a medical condition, knowing how you can use knitting to manage, and in some cases, such as anxiety and panic, for example, to cure symptoms. And through this knowledge, we can also expand those benefits to the health and well-being of our environment. Then ultimately, back through our intricate connections with our environment, the context of our health, to us and our personal health and well-being. I want to stress here that therapeutic knitting isn't just for people who live with health problems. If you're fit and well, you can use it to manage your day-to-day stress, as well as life's more destabilizing events such as bereavement, divorce, pandemics, and world news. And with challenging world events in the news every day, it's become even more important that we manage those stressors every day. If we allow daily stressors to build without bringing our body back into balance, we will eventually become unwell. Therapeutic knitting enables us all to find a place of safety, familiarity, and comfort, even when all is chaos around us. You may have noticed that I said earlier that knitting is, in the main, therapeutic. There are some situations where it isn't. For example, if you set too tight a deadline. If you're forced to knit at a speed faster than your natural rhythm, you will negate those benefits. The rhythm of the movements is important, and you will find you'll slot into your own natural rhythm that will calm your mind. When I first began this work, I was working as a freelance production editor for a range of magazines. The magazine team working alongside me was busy launching a new knitting magazine at the time, and they kept telling me, it's not therapeutic for us. When I questioned them further, they were having to test patterns and knit up items to go to photography in very short periods of time, so it was really stressful. And I'm sure we've all experienced trying to get something finished for a birthday or Christmas present. So set yourself a long deadline which gives you ample time. Or better still, no deadline at all. So you're simply going with the flow of your knitting and swapping between projects without pressure. When you're knitting therapeutically, you are encouraged to have a few projects on the go, and you choose depending on how it makes you feel and how you want to benefit. So we're focusing more on the process. The end product is an important added benefit that gives you something to be proud of, but the main focus is on the process and the rhythm and flow of the movements. The end product will happen when it happens. Also, if your project is too difficult, then it will become stressful. So set a level of project that requires a little effort, but that you know you'll be successful at. When you are successful at a task that requires a little effort, but that you know you'll be successful at, an area of your brain called the reward system will release a boost of feel-good, pain-relieving, motivating chemicals. It's also good to have an easy project on the go as it will relax your mind to give it a break from the problems of life and the world, a bit like taking a mini holiday. So it's good to have a range of projects on the go, depending on what you want to achieve: complete relaxation, calm, distraction, a sense of achievement. Knowing that it's good to have a range of projects on the go is music to most knitters' ears. I'm sure we've all experienced yarn that just doesn't feel good to touch, that perhaps feels very synthetic, that has the effect of making you recoil from it. Remember this finding? Texture was twice as significant as colour for affecting mood. So don't persevere with yarn if it doesn't make you feel good when you touch it. And the same goes for knitting needles. And we all have different preferences here. Should choose a yarn and needles that feel good, because touching something good makes us feel good. And you can test this out yourself. Experiment with knitting in a colour that you love, but in a yarn that makes you cringe a bit. Then try knitting in a colour that you're not so fond of, but feels amazing. The information we get through our hands is important and impacts the way we feel and the way our brain responds. Of course, you can increase the benefits by also choosing a colour you love, because although texture has greater impact, colour does too. Therapeutic knitting encourages you to set a gentle reminder to get up and stretch and move every 30 minutes, because sitting for long periods of time is detrimental to our health. Knowledge here also refers to having knowledge about your medical condition and using your knitting to manage symptoms of that condition. For example, people manage, even cure, anxiety and panic by carrying a small project around with them, taking it out and sitting down to knit a little whenever they feel anxiety rising. More widely, knowledge is also about knowing that we as humans are complex beings who are intricately entwined with our immediate environment and wider world events. As I mentioned previously, environment provides the context to our health and well-being. So making sure our environment, immediate and wider environment, is safe and healthy is important for our health and well-being. So therapeutic knitting is more than the activity of knitting. This has been an introduction to the complexities of our health, how our environment provides the context to our health and well-being, and how considering the wider aspects of therapeutic knitting can bring you greater benefits overall. Thank you for listening.
Really, thank you very, very much, Betsson. We are indebted to you because of this, work that you have done. I personally would like to thank you for quoting Gomitolo Rosa, which is the association that I have established in Italy 10 years ago when I was a surgeon in hospital, and I was looking how women knitting were more calm and more capable to cope with the operation, with the pain, with the diagnosis, and we started to stop burning the wool and stop the people who didn't know what to do with the wool. Can we have a Zoom, please? This is an example. We started to distribute, so receive donation, buy the wool to stop the waste, making klubče, wool balls in different colors, because as you know, the different diseases have their own color. Elton John started with the red for AIDS, and then Estée Lauder decided that breast cancer was pink, and that's why we are called gomitolo rosa, so klubče pink, rose. So we follow. This is the lavender color that was last year. This year, I need another zoom, please. Zoom, zoom, zoom. This year is multiple sclerosis. Multiple sclerosis is orange. So we have done this. And the circulation is that the donors give us the money. The money we buy the wool. The wool we make the colors of the different disease. We give for free the wool to the associations of the different disease, and they make final product, blanket, scarf, and other things that we donate to homeless, refugees. You know, in Italy we receive so many, in Sicily from Africa, for example, and we used last year 15,000 wool balls, for volunteers who did make things for the pleasure, for the good of their mind. So everybody wins, because the donor is happy to be generous and gives the money. The knitters are happy because their mind is good. The association recognizes their color, and the results in the end is that somebody gets warmer. And this is the message that we want to send. Stop wasting wool. It's not right. We want to continue to have meat from sheep and to have milk to make the cheese, but we also have to use the wool. And we have to use the wool well in health and in social experiences. And you will see from the next. Now we are a bit early. We are absolutely perfect, because the next presentation was expected to be at 4:20, so in a few minutes. And every year, this gives me the opportunity to say that every year we have a guest country. So the EWE Foundation, European Wool Exchange, as Betsan just said, is concentrating in promotion of the European wool to make exchange knowledge and experience, and to stop the underuse, the not use of wool. The guests of this year, of today and this European Wool Day, are our American colleagues. So we have just received a video from Washington. It's a group of women, of course. I forgot to apologize for not being a woman. I'm the only one man, I'm sorry, so I apologize.
We accept.
Okay, you accept the apologies for me not being a woman. And two great, beautiful women established in Washington the same concept in the hospital of Georgetown University. I went to meet them. It was a beautiful meeting. And again, they promote knitting, therapeutic knitting in the hospitals. So we got a video. The name of the group is Knit Well. So you just Google Knit Well and you will see what they do. I think there would be the presentation by Carol Caparosa, who is the founder, and Lorraine Brennan, who is the director of the association. So it's now 4:20, and when you're ready, we go to the United States.
Hello, I'm Carol Caparosa, and I'm the founder of Project Knitwell. Project Knitwell is a nonprofit organization in the Washington, D.C. metro area. And I am thrilled to have the opportunity to be the non-European guest speaker for the third annual European Wool Day. And I'd like to introduce our Executive Director, Lauren Brennan.
Hi, I'm Lauren Brennan, the Executive Director of Project Knitwell, and our mission is to help those facing challenging circumstances by providing knitting instruction and shared community opportunities to promote wellness and resilience. In our presentation today, we look forward to highlighting why we do what we do, the specific programs we offer and who we serve, and what our evaluation data has found, and our future direction, based on what we feel our strengths are and how we can expand the conversation on why knitting is good for you.
I started Project Knitwell because of an experience I had being the mother of a pediatric patient almost 33 years ago. My infant daughter was 7 days old when she was rushed to MedStar Georgetown University Hospital. She was in dire condition and was later diagnosed with multiple congenital heart defects. And she had her first of many surgeries the next day at 8 days old. At the hospital, I was mostly fearful, worried, sad, and I felt very helpless. There wasn't a lot I could do for my daughter as her mother, and it was very, very hard for me to concentrate and focus. I knew how to knit, but I hadn't knit in years. But someone sent her a hand-knit sweater. And a bell went off in my head, and I said, I'm going to go home and get my stash. And I started to knit. And almost immediately, I felt calmer, a little more peaceful, and I actually even felt productive. I felt I could focus better. Years later, I went back to Georgetown Hospital and volunteered to teach other mothers how to knit. And immediately I could see that it made a difference in their lives. And at that point, Project Knitwell had begun.
Project Knitwell's tagline is knitting with a purpose, wellness, comfort, and community. These are the pillars of why we do what we do. And we like to think of each of these three pillars of our mission as rooms within our house. We know that knitting helps foster wellness and nourishes us. It clearly brings comfort, and studies show the rhythmic motion reduces stress. And finally, the community holds up the roof where we all can gather together and learn with a worldwide community of knitters. At Project Knitwell, we knit with a purpose, and we embrace knitting as a purposeful, research-supported intervention that can help people in a variety of circumstances. Project Knitwell is proud to say that we have taught over 7,000 people to knit over the last 13 years.
Let's move on to the kinds of programs that we have. Essentially, we have two types of programs. We have an in-person program, which primarily takes place in healthcare centers and hospitals and community organizations, and we have two virtual programs. Our in-person programs include both working one-on-one and then also in groups. For instance, our trained volunteers, who are the knitting instructors, they can work with patients who are receiving chemotherapy. They can work in a pediatric playroom of a hospital.
Our method of teaching is fundamentally to keep it simple. Each person that we work with is provided with a starter kit, which includes a ball of yarn that is already cast on for them. They also receive a darning needle for finishing and our 28-page resource guide with photos and directions on how to get started, and also information about the comfort of knitting. We also have two virtual programs, Knitwell in the Cloud, where we assign an instructor to teach a new knitter one-on-one via the Zoom platform. We also offer a virtual program called K2 Together, which essentially is an opportunity for knitters to come together monthly, to knit together in community and discuss a topic ranging from the wellness benefits of knitting to knitting humor, to learning more about the history and culture of knitting. We're so proud to also invite all of the graduates and former participants of our program to join us in this setting.
As I mentioned earlier, we started at one hospital working with mothers of children who were sick. Currently, we are working in multiple sites, hospitals and community organizations, and with a variety of populations. And these populations include:
we are focused on connecting with those facing stressful challenges in a number of focus areas, including our foundation in healthcare, working with patients and caretakers. In addition, we have expanded our reach to include mental health awareness and recovery programs, transitional populations, working with Afghan newcomers and those that have been recently incarcerated that are transitioning back into the community, along with those in the education arena, students, teachers, and counselors who are facing unprecedented levels of burnout. We also work with the military populations and veterans and their family members.
We have learned many things in the past 13 years from our participants, and many of the things they tell us we hear over and over again. For example, many of our participants say that they have a great sense of accomplishment after they've learned to knit and completed a project. Constantly they are saying they feel calmer, they're not as stressed, they're very proud of themselves, and we often have especially young people saying how much fun it is. So I'll just read you some of the testimonials that we receive. I am so proud of myself for turning the ball of yarn into a scarf I can wear. That was from a 15-year-old patient at MedStar Georgetown Hospital. Knitting has been very therapeutic. It's satisfying watching something come together after working on it for a while. My instructor is great at guiding me along. That was from a nurse at one of our local hospitals. I look forward to knitting to relax and breathe. It really takes my mind off of things. It gives me peace of mind. That was from a mother that we taught to knit. And the last one, Project Knitwell has been wonderful for both patients and family members. It is social and many friendships have been forged through knitting. It connects them to a community. And that is from one of the child life specialists at Georgetown Hospital.
One specific program we would like to highlight is our program with Friends of Guest House for recently incarcerated women re-entering the community. Challenges that they face can be translated into the work that they do in their knitting projects. Friends of Guest House recently shared with us that the 4 biggest challenges that these women face include not knowing where to begin, family strain, finding employment, and mental health issues. We find also that the patience and perseverance that it takes to complete a knitting project can build a strong sense of self-efficacy. And finally, having a partnership with someone that is helping you learn to knit and helping you feel as though you have the ability to persevere and have that patience is really key to what we do. At the same time, they are igniting happiness chemicals and the ability to ignite both serotonin and dopamine when they're completing projects and knitting in a repetitive and rhythmic way. Fundamentally, we provide the opportunity to learn to knit with the knowledge that knitting is good for you. Project Knitwell also was part of a research study that was conducted by 2 oncology nurses at Georgetown University MedStar Hospital, where knitting was used as an intervention in order to reduce compassion fatigue. Here is one of the authors in her own words.
When I first learned to knit with Project Knitwell, I was working as an oncology nurse. My colleague Christina and I discovered many of our nurses were feeling burned out, so we asked the Project Knitwell volunteers to teach us how to knit. It began as a simple project, but over time, our nurses, after learning to knit, had increased rates of compassion satisfaction and decreased burnout scores. Later, I worked with Project Knitwell again when my son was sick and in the NICU. I was not allowed to hold him, but they helped me to finish this blanket so I could wrap my son and provide him some maternal comfort. My example is just one small example of the many wonderful works that Project Knitwell has done.
The future of Project Knitwell lies in our continuing ability to help more people who are in stressful circumstances learn to knit. We are giving them a wellness tool, the ability to knit, that they can hopefully use for a lifetime.
We want to work hard to ensure that the general population knows that knitting is good for them. We want to be part of more research, and we want to connect with like-minded people and other organizations who are doing similar work across the world. Those of us who already knit know that it's good for us, but let's work together to move forward and let others know the profound impact that knitting can have. Thank you again for including us in the third annual Wool Day.
If you would like more information or would like to join any of our virtual programs, you can contact us directly via our website at www.projectknitwell.org.
Thank you very, very much for joining us from the US. I think we have learned a lot once again, and we keep exchanging information and experiences. We have now just 5 minutes in preparation of the next presentation, and it's 5 minutes in which I also have to give you some information about the other activity that our foundation has done in September, and it's called Tweedle Muff Award. I also never heard these words before, Tweedle Muff. Tweedle is a verb expressing, so I will need the Zoom again. So the idea is to knit something specific for Alzheimer patient and patient with dementia. This is an idea started in Zagreb, Croatia, at the psychiatric hospital, and our member Sandra Kerovec, who started to knit the experiment, is to create a muff, so something like this, like a sleeve, and this apparently helps a lot the patient when they have a crisis of anxiety. So the sleeve, the muff, is put like this or with the two hands, and twiddle means doing this, so pulling gently. The patient of Alzheimer, according to these studies, is attracted by the colors. So these twiddle muff have to be very, very colored, with many, many colors, and with part that can be gently pulled. Because this, you see, I have a bit of Alzheimer now, and I'm attracted and I see, and this is apparently working very well in, again, another example of therapeutic. This is not therapeutic knitting, the active of knitting, but this is a result of a therapeutic knitting. It's an application of wool to the health and well-being world, which is why we're really convinced that we should continue. The Tweedle Muff Award was celebrated the 21st of September, which is the International Alzheimer Day, and it was a ceremony, a very nice ceremony in Zagreb, where a number of awards were given, for example, to the best Tweedle Muff made by men, for example, or to the 100% wool, because not everybody can yet afford this. But our message is to push for 100% wool, and other awards, and we will hopefully repeat the award in 2024, and it's open for contribution from all over the countries, all over Europe. We have received 750 of Twiddle Muff in Zagreb last year, 700 from more than 20 different countries. It was amazing, the response of people. Still, if you look at the calculations and the statistics, in the European Union there are 6.5 million Alzheimer patients. So if you don't know what to do with your wool, just make Twiddle Muff, and you need 2 wool balls to do one of this. So if we want to offer one of these to each patient, we need 13 million of this. So there is enough to absorb a lot of the European wool. Yes, for the next, we move now to Slovenia. And there is a presentation by the Breja Preja knitting community in Skopje Loka, which is another very nice example of using wool for social cohesion. Are you ready? Yeah. This was 5 minutes, and now we go to Slovenia. We have a video? Yes. Then go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the 3rd European Wool Day. Let me give you a short summary of the European Twiddle Muff Awards 20. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are enjoying the 3rd European Wool Day. Let me give you a short summary of the European Twiddle Muff Awards 2022 that we launched last year at the 2nd European Wool Day. It was initiated by Ozana and organized by the EWE Foundation. The main aim of this initiative was to encourage knitting, crochet, felting and weaving for a cause. We advocated the benefits of Twiddle Muffs and promoted their use on a European level. We were fostering creativity in the creation of Twiddle Muffs. But what are Twiddle Muffs? Twiddle Muffs are sensory therapy tools designed to help elevate certain symptoms of dementia. Benefits include providing visual, tactile and sensory simulations, keeping the hands warm and occupied, and also providing comfort and having a calming effect. More than 770 Twiddle Muffs were made for the contest from 13 countries all over Europe. The participating countries include Croatia, Cyprus, Faroe Islands, France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Lithuania, Montenegro, North Macedonia, Serbia, Spain, and Portugal. The winners were announced at the awards ceremony on World Alzheimer Day, 21st of September 2022. The ceremony took place at the University Psychiatric Hospital Vrapče in Zagreb, Croatia, which is also the reference center for Alzheimer's disease and old age psychiatry. Let's have a glimpse of the ceremony's atmosphere in September.
As you can see, it wasn't an easy decision for the jury, and we see all the Twiddle Muffs as winners. There was so much effort, work and love put into each one of them, so we thank everyone who has sent in the Twiddle Muff for this award.
Yeah, I'm frozen on the dance floor. Yeah, I'm frozen on the dance floor. Yes, I am frozen on the dance floor. Test the moves, like it's great. Feel the shade of your feet, like I have to that feet, and I am frozen on the dance floor. Yeah, I am frozen on the dance floor.
Now let's see all the winning Twiddle Muffs. There were several categories at the awards. The public choice winners received the most votes in an online voting taking place. This one was made in Portugal. This Twiddle muff arrived from France and it's titled The Ocean. This one and the next Twiddle muff arrived from the same lady, from Cyprus. This one is titled The Little Prince. And this one is Sweet Life Under the Sea. This is Four Seasons, arriving from Croatia. 5 overall winners were announced based on the highest scores given by 6 judges. Among the 5 winners of the overall category, 4 of them were from France and 1 from Serbia. The French lady winning with this and the next Twiddle muff got her inspiration from nature, the forest, and in the garden were the titles of her creations. And the Twiddle muff inspired by the sea. Poppies in the garden. And a trilogy from Serbia. This Twiddle muff won in the softest with 100% wool special prize category. The frog Twiddle muff won in the Made by a Man special prize category. We received the most Twiddle muffs from Spain, but if we take into account how many people live in each country, the winner of the most active country pro rata population was the Faroe Islands. The European Twiddle muff Awards inspired the All Colors of Montenegro project. You will learn more about this initiative later on the day. Crocheting Twiddle muffs by the elderly for their own use was initiated in Portugal. We received the feedback that making the Twiddle muffs was a fun and relaxing activity and was also a way to express creativity. The joy gained was not only from creating the Twiddle muffs, but also from doing it for a good cause and helping others. A participant wrote, I quote, "Several positive components, personal benefits, contribution to the well-being of others, use of leftover yarns, gratitude for being able to contribute to the well-being of others, possibility to give wings to my creativity, and for the moments of relax." Taking part in the awards also brought a community spirit to participants. Another quote, "It's nice to feel part of a group who is wishing to bring well-being and comfort to fragile members of our society who are in need of warmth and comfort." We were touched by the personal stories shared with us and the wide age range of participants. Our youngest participant was just 12 years old, and we have received a Twiddle muff that was made by a 96-year-old lady. The lady not only prepared the Twiddle muff, but also washed, combed, and spun the merino that she used. All the Twiddle muffs received for the awards are being donated to institutions caring for patients with dementia. As we promised, we sent 6 Twiddle muffs to the Nazabunti Charitable Foundation based in Ukraine, which helps people with dementia and their families and works towards creating a dementia-friendly society. Thank you to all the participants for contributing to this cross-border, cross-generational and charitable initiative, and all the regional coordinators for helping to organize the contest. We have a lot of useful information on Twiddle muffs available on our website and YouTube channel, in case you got inspired to make one.
Excellent. I'm sorry I was too long in the introduction. This is so much better in your explanation. Thank you, Dora, very much. As I said before, we move now to Slovenia, where we have received a very interesting contribution from the Breja prayer knitting community. Please send Slovenia.
Zavodu 3 je naš glaven cilj, naše glavno poslanstvo so bolj vključujoče skupnosti. Delamo tudi z priseljenkami, izvajamo tečaje slovenščine in učenje jezika skušamo povezovati z ustvarjalnostjo in z organizacijo različnih dogodkov, ki spodbujajo ljudi k razmisleku o tem, kakšni so izzivi medkulturnosti in kaj lahko naredimo, da bomo bolje sobivali.
Na tej delavnici se pripravljamo na razstavo izvezene zgodbe, zgodbe udeleženk, žensk, ki so se preselile v Škofjo Loko pred 5 leti ali manj, z njihovimi izbranimi fotografijami. Fotografije pa v bistvu natiskamo na blago in jih potem okrasimo z vezeninami, zato tudi izvezene zgodbe.
Zelo se nam zdi pomembno, da one pripovedujejo svoje zgodbe, na kakršenkoli način že. In tudi, ko pogosto so bile naše izhodišča pogovorov, zgodbe drugih, recimo zgodbe o migracijah. Ko govorimo o migracijah, da moramo govoriti pač o individualnih izkušnjah, da migracije dobijo obraze, to se nam zdi pomembno.
Moje ime Katja, sem iz Ukrajine, sem slikarka in бегунка. Сейчас моя семья, мой дом, мое любимое дело, все это осталось только в фотографиях, потому что в Украине идет война, и я не могу приехать домой. Фотографии эти не имеют души. И когда мы печатаем наши фотографии на материале, когда мы вышиваем их нашими теплыми руками, мы отдаем свою душу в эти фотографии. И те эмоции, которые у нас возникают, когда мы занимаемся этим процессом, они позволяют нам жить дальше.
Zmeraj razmišljamo, na kakšen način lahko povežemo zgodbe z tekstilno ustvarjalnostjo. Ker Preja, ki deluje v okviru zavoda 3, to je pletilska skupnost, ki povezuje ženske, ki rade skupaj ustvarjamo.
Zavod 3 has been a real blessing for me. It gives me a purpose other than being at home. It has helped me to integrate into the community, meet other women, learn the Slovene language, and for instance, with this exhibit that we are putting on at the castle, it's a way for us to be seen within the community and to contribute to it.
Letos imamo res to srečo veliko, da smo dobile povabilo in bo razstava v okroglem stolpu na Loškem gradu, v Loškem muzeju. Drugače smo pa bolj, mi smo navajene tudi delati tako zelo gverilsko, in zdaj je prvič oziroma drugič je taka razstava, kjer se cel ta proces odvija, skupaj z 17 zgodb, udeleženk je še več, ampak 17 zgodb upamo, da bomo pripeljali do tistega konca, da je to tak letos ta nek medij, drugo leto pa ne vem, kaj bo medij, pa kje bomo našli navdih.
Finished? We can remain in, sorry, I have to move with the mic. We can remain in Slovenia, so we don't need to move too much. And it's a very fascinating presentation on blankets for elderly people in Alenka Vizhin. Vizhin? Yeah. Group Thread Connect as, when you're ready, Slovenia again.
Hello, my name is Alenka and I am from Slovenia. I would like to introduce you our Facebook group Nitke nas povezujejo. Nitke nas povezujejo means threads connect us. I and Dario founded the group in September 2022. In our group, we knit and crochet blankets for elderly people in wheelchairs in nursing homes. In the group are about 460 crocheters from all over Slovenia. 60 female volunteers are active. Other members help spread our idea and collect wool. Some just watch our work. We don't even know each other, but we are one warm and relaxed group. When someone posts a photo of their blanket on Facebook, the other praise it. There is no jealousy between us. If necessary, we help each other. Everyone works in their own way. There are no rules. Among us, there are experienced crochets and those who have only made their first crochet loops. Nitka is not alone. Nitka is a group that together forms a whole. No one is more important than others. We made over 360 blankets for elderly in nursery homes, 21 blankets for premature babies, 80 caps, and some gloves for people with dementia. In December, I came up with the idea of making a group blanket that would symbolize our name, which we would then donate to charity. The volunteers made a small square in Christmas colors, white, red, green, according to their wishes, and I connected the squares into a blanket. We made a big blanket, 1.60 meters to 1 meter. This is no ordinary blanket. It's a blanket of warmth connecting different generations, women from different parts of Slovenia. They all have a heart in common, which we joyfully give out in every loop. There are no special rules for blankets. The only rule is that the blanket is 1 meter by 1 meter in size and made of wool, not 100% wool, but a blend that is suitable for washing. We mostly buy wool ourselves, but it is also given to us by kind people. So, our motto is, every ball counts. And that's why we are very happy with every small piece of wool. Doing good is nothing more than a value that people carry in their hearts. I hope you enjoy with my presentation. Bye-bye from Slovenia.
Bye-bye from Postojna.
So nice, thank you. Hvala lijepa.
So we can continue. Welcome on board, Julie. Hello.
It's on? Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I will give you a little break. You deserve it.
Yes,
you've been doing
thank you so
such
much.
a big job. Thank you, Dr. Costa and Dr. Vesna Torodorski, to give me the microphone, to continue presenting these interesting projects from all over Europe. We are still in the chapter utilizing wool, the current state and future prospects. We had very interesting statistic and factual expertise, which is very needed in all these initiatives that we see that are very hands-on. Switch off the microphone before you go dancing. Indeed, it is important to have the combination of the factual expertise and the hands-on. I believe this is quite visible also in the next visual that we'll see, which is titled Revival of Traditional Hand Skills with Sheep Wool, from the Tourist Association of the Valley of Tuchinska in Slovenia. There, the association is composed of academic researchers and local breeders who are very expert in the local breeds. They created in 2020 a first exhibition in August to illustrate wool as an economic raw material. Within these 2 years, they developed their activities, hand-washed a lot of wool, and discovered a small spinning factory that they put at hand, and combined their effort for a second exhibition that is illustrated here as well in October 2020, where there was a complete demonstration from shearing to final production. Please, let's go back to Slovenia.
Pozdrav iz Slovenije, turistično društvo Tuhinjska dolina, rokodelska sekcija. Mokrofilcem za Pozdrav iz Slovenije, turistično društvo Tuhinjska dolina, rokodelska sekcija. Mokrofilcem zaščitni znak turističnega društva Tuhinjska dolina iz volne avtohtone pasme jezersko-solčavskih ovac, rejenih v Tuhinjski dolini. To je ročno delo Emi Gregorčič v letu 2020, soustanoviteljice rokodelske sekcije in inštruktorice številnih rokodelskih veščin. Prva razstava rokodelske sekcije turističnega društva Tuhinjska dolina v avgustu 2020 v Termah Snovik, imenovana volna tuhinjskih ovac, ekonomsko pomembna surovina. Mokrofilcani, copati, mila, nakit, vaze, kroglice, rože in tako dalje. Družini naših članic Brigite in Marjane Jeras, starejca avtohtone pasme jezersko-solčavskih ovac, ter sta organizirali striženje ovac na Benini planini. Naša članica Zdenka Žavbi nas je poučila, kako ločevati različno kvaliteto ovčjega runa ter končno runo tudi oprati. Izdelala je diplomsko delo o kakovosti ovčjega runa teh ovac v letu 1984 na Univerzi v Ljubljani, naravoslovno-tehnična fakulteta, oddelek za tekstilno tehnologijo, in nabirala izkušnje v tekstilni proizvodnji več kot 20 let. Moramo predelati to dragoceno volno. Pranje, mikanje, mokrofilcanje, suhofilcanje, predanje, barvanje, ročno pletenje, kvačkanje. Pravo vprašanje se glasi, kako? Runo smo ročno oprali, ročno mikali na starih krtačah, imenovanih gradeše, poskusili mikati na ročnem cilindričnem mikalniku, imenovanem drumkarder, podjetja Ashford iz Nove Zelandije, poskusili presti na kolovratu, toda vse te operacije zahtevajo ogromno časa in specifično ročno spretnost. Pri raziskovanju možnosti predelave tako majhne količine opranega runa, samo 10 kg v Sloveniji, smo odkrili delujočo predelnico volne muzejske starosti v Volčji Dragi pri Novi Gorici, lastnika gospoda Romana Medveda. Naše novo pridobljene izkušnje in spretnosti smo predstavili na celodnevni prireditvi ob obletnici Društva rejcev drobnice Kamnik v Mekinskem samostanu v oktobru 2022. Naše članice so izvajale celodnevne delavnice. Vanda Mačkovšek, Marjana Jeras in Anica Ahčin so pletle in kvačkale, Brigita Jeras in Emi Gregorčič sta mokrofilcali, Zdenka Žavbi in Hermina Močnik sta mikali na drumkardarju, Marjan in mož Janez je demonstriral striženje ovac. Ostale članice sekcije so bile v podporo. Naši čudoviti ročno izdelani volneni izdelki. Med našimi tedenskimi delavnicami se preizkušamo tudi v drugih tehnikah ročnih spretnostih, ki jih obvladujejo naše članice, ali pa si jih želijo naučiti, kot so pletenje iz ratana, starih časopisov, izdelavi nakita iz perlic, sententen, rož iz krep papirja, vezenja v tehniki kriscev, ročnega tkanja iz starih majec in tako dalje. Hvala za vašo pozornost in lep pozdrav iz Tuhinjske doline. Rokodelska sekcija.
All right. The revival of the wool, the need we have for the wool, is not only happening in the rural areas. It happens also in the inner city centers. There are many capitals in Europe that have parks where there are didactic farms, and these didactic farms have sheep. Here we have an initiative from Rome that is working with didactic farms in the city center parks, reviving a community gardens and revaluing the wool of these sheep, llama, etc. It's the initiative of a biologist with a passion for fiber and a designer, an artist. They have this need to share the passion for the wool, produce objects that respond to conscious consumers, and to educate new generations, but also not so new. Officine Lanificare in Rome.
Ciao a tutti, siamo Flaminia e Marco. Io sono una biologa, attualmente allieva di tessitura base alla Scuola di Arti Ornamentali San Giacomo di Roma, dopo aver frequentato la scuola estiva di lavorazione di lane locali nel 2022. Sono da sempre amante dell'uncinetto e mi dedico già da qualche tempo alla mia passione per le fibre. Accanto a me c'è Marco, art director, da sempre appassionato al design e allo studio del colore, e insieme abbiamo fondato Officine Lanificarie, la prima microfiliera della lana con base a Roma, un network di amanti della fibra uniti da un filo comune, la passione per la lana. In Italia si producono ogni anno oltre 10.000 tonnellate di lana sucida, proveniente dalla tosatura di circa 6 milioni e mezzo di pecore. Di questa lana l'80% viene esportata, il 15% viene utilizzato per consumo interno e il 5% si presume venga smaltito come rifiuto speciale. Questi numeri sollevano un problema che solo all'apparenza è poco sentito nel territorio urbano di Roma, in quanto rientra invece appieno in un sentimento sempre più forte nelle aree metropolitane di ritorno a ritmi e a valori più vicini alla natura. Ne sono un esempio le fattorie didattiche, le scuole e le attività outdoor, oppure i numerosi orti urbani che anche con l'impegno di persone comuni stanno sorgendo in aree dismesse della città. Oggi, sia nelle istituzioni che nei privati cittadini, è sempre più viva la richiesta di una transizione ecologica che porti cambiamenti negli stili di consumo, oltre che nei comportamenti quotidiani. Per questo la spinta verso uno stile di vita sostenibile e la crescente attenzione al rispetto dell'ambiente è sempre di più un fenomeno transgenerazionale. Noi vogliamo fare la nostra parte, recuperando le lane di Roma, lavorandole, ridando valore ad una fibra che andrebbe persa, realizzando un prodotto di artigianato completamente lavorato a mano. Officine Lanificarie è composta da due anime, quella artigianale e creativa dove avviene la trasformazione della fibra. Iniziamo dal recupero dei velli nelle 3 fattorie didattiche romane partner che ci hanno dato fiducia consentendoci di dare corpo alla nostra idea. Seguendo l'intera filiera nel rispetto dei tempi dettati dalla natura, partiamo dalla tosatura dei velli recuperati da razze, sarda, sopravissana e Suffolk, più 3 alpa che è un lama, e con un processo di lavorazione manuale arriviamo alla filatura, realizzando un prodotto artigianale unico e di pregio, come un filato artistico o un componente d'arredo. L'altra anima di Officine Lanificarie è quella didattica e informativa, che grazie ad accordi con le stesse fattorie didattiche ci permetterà di svolgere attività di laboratorio nei circuiti privati e scolastici della capitale. Grazie a queste esperienze i ragazzi potranno avvicinarsi ad un'attività manuale a stretto contatto con la natura, capendo in modo diretto l'importanza del riuso, della manualità e del rispetto degli ecosistemi. La nostra ambizione è imparare dalla natura e dall'ambiente per far parte del cambiamento dei modelli di vita urbana. Vogliamo incoraggiare le nuove generazioni e la comunità a sviluppare relazioni più profonde con la terra e con se stessi. Vogliamo con il nostro approccio inusuale e contemporaneo ridare valore ad un materiale eccezionale che andrebbe perso. Vogliamo ringraziare European World Exchange per lo spazio concesso e voi per l'attenzione.
Lana Lama made in Rome. Amazing. We stay in the Mediterranean with the next video called Recovery of Merino Sheep Breed in Superfine Wool Purity. Camino Limia Santiago from Merino, Spain, shares her family legacy and passion for the Merino sheep breed. And she shows us how she manages a livestock of sheep who produce the finest wool. And we had an intervention before with a future direct connection we'll have with the Netherlands. But first, Spain.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Camino Limia, ganadera de Merino Spain o Ganadería Joaquín Ortiz, y en primer lugar quería agradecer a la Fundación EWE por este tercer Día Europeo de la Lana y agradecer a los asistentes que puedan dedicar unos minutos a escuchar esta charla. Bueno, nuestro trabajo se centra como productores en la recuperación de la raza merina en pureza y además enfocado a la producción de lana superfina. Contamos con un núcleo genético de alta selección de más de 5.000 madres con una finura media de 18-20 micras. Nuestra oveja española, 100% merina, es un símbolo de nuestra historia, pero también es la raza más extendida en el mundo. Pero es importante para nosotros porque gracias a este tipo de ganadería podemos desarrollar un modelo de ganadería totalmente compatible con el desarrollo sostenible, con los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible y además una actividad que genera biodiversidad, sostenibilidad y que está adaptada a los tiempos. Nuestras ovejas, a lo largo de su transterminancia, en este caso podéis ver una imagen a vuelo de dron de nuestras 5.000 merinas recorriendo el cordel de Sevilla, es un rebaño que durante 6 meses es totalmente trashumante, generando, por tanto, fijación de carbono, biodiversidad o recuperando la biodiversidad de los suelos y además haciendo posible una ganadería más amigable con el planeta. Eso, traducido en las lanas, se define como la producción real de lanas 100% sostenibles. La situación real de la ganadería merina en España pasa por entender una cosa esencial, ¿no? Y es que actualmente solo existen 100.000 ovejas merinas frente a 3 millones de población de ovejas de tronco merino merinizable. En los años 60 los grandes grupos cooperativos obligaron a los ganaderos de merino a abandonar la pureza de la misma, introduciendo razas integradas que lo que hicieron es perjudicar la calidad de las lanas. La diferencia entre genotipo y fenotipo es importante para tener en cuenta que solo la raza merina en pureza tiene unas condiciones de finura, de rinde y resistencia que la hacen única. Y además, en nuestro caso, en el merino puro, está avalado por un sello de calidad que otorga el Ministerio. Las principales dificultades o retos es, como os digo, redescubrir el auténtico merino y aumentar la producción de lana fina en España o en Europa. Pasa también por educar a artesanos y a consumidores a que entiendan las diferencias entre el merino en pureza y el tronco merino. Y sobre todo por hacerle entender a los productores que tienen que retomar un trabajo de producción genética que está orientado a la producción de lana superfina. Luchar además contra las nuevas modas que introducen genética extranjera y que desprestigian nuestros propios merinos. Las dificultades tienen que ver con un monopolio lanero que impide que haya una trazabilidad directa entre productor, lavadero e industria textil, y la rentabilidad de las explotaciones, porque estamos sometidos a esta presión del monopolio de los barraqueros. Falta una industria de procesionamiento y hay un gran desconocimiento en genética y en producción de lana, tanto en la preesquila como en la esquila como en la clasificación. Nuestro proyecto pasa por diferenciarnos con un merino de verdad, con una calidad distinta a todos los merinos, no es mejor ni peor, pero sí que es un producto único, y además por ser un sistema de producción que está unido a una actividad milenaria como es la transhumancia y que además genera toda una cultura pastoril. Nuestro día a día pasa pues por devolver ese prestigio a las lanas merinas superfinas y además trabajando de una forma totalmente científica, ¿no?, y tecnológica. Nuestro proceso de esquila es referencia en España, habiendo ya recuperado y adaptado el trabajo a las condiciones más punteras, usando métodos de esquila libre, que nos permite además el mayor estándar de bienestar animal, pero también nos permite conseguir una calidad de vellón insuperable. Trabajamos ya a nivel de laboratorio, con nuestro propio laboratorio, donde medimos cada vellón y trabajamos en mesa, como podéis ver en las imágenes. El trabajo en genética es importantísimo. Todas nuestras ovejas están 100% contrastadas en ADN para así diferenciar y poder contrastar ese origen 100% merino sin cruzas. Eso nos ha llegado a obtener más de 300 premios nacionales e internacionales y hoy poder vender nuestros ejemplares en todo el mundo a precios muy competitivos y que nos permiten seguir apostando por el mejoramiento de las lanas. Asimismo, creo que difundir, comunicar y enseñar qué es la ganadería ovina y qué es la lana superfina es uno de nuestros objetivos y no son cosas del pasado, es nuestro orgullo nacional y además tiene que ver también con transmitir a la sociedad el bienestar animal que tienen nuestras ovejas y cómo además vistiendo con sus prendas uno puede contribuir a generar biodiversidad. Actualmente colaboramos siendo jueces de concursos internacionales en varios países y colaboramos con actividades de todo tipo en colegios, asociaciones y os invitamos a que nos hagáis parte de vuestras actividades y vengáis a conocer este proyecto. No me quiero extender más por el tiempo, pero sí que les invito a que puedan seguirnos en Instagram, en nuestro Instagram @merino_spain, nuestra página web o a través de nuestro canal de YouTube Merino Spain o Joaquín Ortiz Capilla, donde podrán ver nuestra transhumancia, transterminancia y nuestro trabajo con las lanas. Sin más, me despido, les vuelvo a hacer una invitación y agradezco de nuevo a la Fundación EWE por este maravilloso día. Un saludo y nos vemos pronto.
Very nice. We stay in Spain with the next film because Spain is the biggest producer of wool in the European Union. And this is also one of the reasons why they hosted the European Wool Day last year. Hosted by, among others, Concha Salguero Herrera, producer of the video we'll see. It's a complete short documentary that shows the existing network they have in Spain. They have breeders, craftspeople, factories, traditions, and new applications. This network also shows the benefits of the synergy, and this is quite touching. This variety of initiatives, though, point all on shared problematics and obstacles, and there are some ideas how to get over them. We go back to Spain, yeah.
In Kansas, we have a saying, if it's not difficult or impossible, it's not really interesting, because the wool of Spain is like the diamonds of Spain. What we need to do here in Spain, and what many, many people, wonderful people are doing, is transforming a rock, the wool in Spain today, into the diamonds that it can be. Here in Spain, we have had a history that is very noble about wool. And in fact, there was a monopoly. You could not export a merino sheep out of Spain. And now Australia is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, countries as far as wool is concerned. And where is Spain? The tin top? Not there.
No hace falta mencionar que España fue la creadora, bueno, la cuna del merino, y todos los merinos que existen en el mundo vienen y provienen del primer ejemplar que hubo en España. Desafortunadamente, pues todo esto en varios años ha ido decayendo.
La lana es un producto ganadero que tiene un gran potencial para ayudar a la viabilidad económica de la ganadería extensiva y los sistemas pastoriles y la transhumancia. De momento no estamos aprovechando todo el potencial que tiene un producto tan genuino e insustituible como es la lana.
Tenemos un recurso que es biodegradable, que es ignífugo, que es antibacteriano, termorregulador. Al final yo creo que aún no hemos inventado una fibra que sea tan inteligente o interesante como es la lana.
Yo trabajo con lana merina local aquí de la dehesa extremeña por ser un material maravilloso. En los hogares no ves cosas de lana en España. Es muy raro. Aquí en este pueblo, en la casa de la familia y eso, no hay mantas de lana en las camas, por ejemplo. Son sintéticas todas. Y mi suegra tejía con lana, lo llamaba ella, pero es acrílico. Es hilo acrílico, pero lo llaman lana.
Tejer se puede tejer con cualquier fibra. Desde la asociación promovemos el que siempre que se pueda se haga con fibras naturales. Y la razón es muy simple, porque es un material natural, biodegradable, amigable con el medio ambiente y que está demostrado científicamente que cualquier prenda de vestir que llevemos, aunque no lo creamos, al meterla en la lavadora, termina en los océanos en modo de microfibras, microplásticos. Toneladas de fibra sintética que se deposita en los fondos marinos y que además esas microfibras de plástico son las favoritas del pescado para ingerirlas. Entonces así se introducen además en nuestra cadena alimentaria.
Entonces ya residuos ya estamos generando como para crear otro. Así que creo que a lo mejor tenemos que olvidar lo que es sintético y volver un poco a lo natural.
Es algo increíble que es un país que produce 20 millones de kilos de lana al año y casi no ves productos de lana en ningún sitio.
Now with Brexit, Spain is the biggest producer of wool in the European Union. And so this is one reason why we have to sit up and start improving and promoting our wool.
La lana, que puede ser un potencial económico para los ganaderos, ahora mismo es un problema, y además de un problema es un coste.
Uno de los problemas que tenemos con la lana es la normativa legal. Se considera un residuo y entonces está sometido a una legislación que impide que se puedan crear pequeñas industrias, pequeños obradores, si pudiéramos llamarle así, en las propias explotaciones para fabricar nuestros propios ovillos de lana y poder comercializarlos.
Yo con mis diseños y mis productos quiero mostrar a todo el mundo lo que se puede hacer con la lana y el valor que tiene realmente, y decir que es un recurso con mucho futuro y no un residuo como es considerada ahora mismo, hoy en día, por la normativa española.
Los pastores tienen la dificultad de que no se les paga la lana o se les paga mal. Si yo les compro la lana, ya estoy dando un poco también de fruto a lo que es el sector primario. Luego es mi materia prima, y esta materia prima yo produzco un producto que para ti va a ser versátil también. vez de ser un artículo con el que podamos completar la economía de nuestras explotaciones, la lana es un problema. ¿Por qué es un problema? Porque vale tan poco que a veces no nos la quieren ni retirar siquiera de las explotaciones.
No nos sirve de nada que la lana tenga valor en los procesos finales de producción si no tenemos que tiene que tener los precios justos y dignos en origen. No como ahora que los precios que están recibiendo ni siquiera cubren muchas veces los costes de esquila.
Es un trabajo de que la gente que está un poco desanimada con lo de la lana pues empiece a ver los beneficios que puede tener y que puede volver a ser una fuente de ingreso para su ganadería.
Actualmente en Galicia la lana es un problema, porque no hay sistemas de recogida, no hay sistemas de transformación.
Han cerrado casi todos los lavaderos en España y laturas también, y ahora, por ejemplo, no tenemos donde peinar la lana, que es un proceso que viene muy bien a la lana para alisar la fibra y quitar todos los restos vegetales y pequeños cortes de pelos cortos que no favorece el hilo. Pero eso no existe en España y tenemos que mandarlo a Francia, con gastos en carretera y huella de CO2 también.
De 10 años aquí atrás había 2 peinadoras, había 4 lavaderos y se ha ido perdiendo todo, y esos son trabajos que genera la lana a la hora de transformarla.
Uno de los principales problemas que nos encontramos es la falta de infraestructuras relacionadas con la lana, lavaderos, hilaturas y confecciones posteriores que debido a la pérdida que ha sufrido también la lana de valor y de producción han desaparecido, no se han mantenido y cuesta encontrar lugares donde poder transformar y recuperar cadena productiva que ya estaba y que hemos dejado también escapar.
Necesitamos infraestructuras para poder hacer pequeños volúmenes, pues poder hacer nuestro propio producto y comercializarlo directamente. Vivimos en la era del Internet, prácticamente todo se puede vender a través de Internet.
Nos dedicamos a recoger lana, a lavarla y clasearla, pero cada vez tenemos más problemas con la lana, porque viene en muy malas condiciones.
But if the person who is shearing your sheep do not follow best techniques, then you've ruined the diamond.
Llevar unas normas en el cuidado del marcaje del rebaño. Entonces, intentar no marcar en el lomo del rebaño, que es donde el vellón tiene una mayor calidad.
How do we get that diamond out of this rock? How do we get this diamond of wool out of this wool? It includes a lot of people.
Actualmente somos la 4ª generación de una empresa familiar, se llama Mantexman, que está en la localidad de Mota del Cuervo. Nuestra familia se ha dedicado toda la vida a la lana, y esta pasión que tenemos en nuestra familia por la lana, pues nació un proyecto que se llama Wool Dreamers. Este proyecto nace de una necesidad que vimos, que la tradición lanera y textil en España se estaba yendo al traste.
Desde hace aproximadamente 2 años yo comercializo la lana con un grupo que se llama Wool Dreamers, y se comercializan como lo que es, ¿no? Lana ecológica de raza merina 100% y de ovejas trashumantes, porque estas ovejas durante 4 meses al año, de junio a octubre, van a la montaña palentina y leonesa, con lo cual conseguimos primero unos índices de bienestar animal muy importantes, dado que en la transhumancia las ovejas van a un clima mucho más benigno en verano, y también conseguimos que la dehesa descanse, ¿no? Los suelos de la dehesa, que sufren tanto con las altas temperaturas y los periodos prolongados de sequía que tenemos, pues descansen y puedan regenerarse.
Apoyar la ganadería extensiva y transhumante, que aporta un montón de beneficios al suelo en forma de fertilizantes, extienden las semillas, previenen incendios y queríamos hacer uso de la lana de ese tipo de oveja y ese tipo de manejo ganadero. Y esa lana que esos animales producen es una lana extraordinaria, con trazabilidad y con mucho futuro. Y es la lana que yo quiero usar para mis productos.
Es importante preservar la producción artesanal y la producción industrial y la producción semi-industrial. Es decir, si queremos que la lana vuelva, tiene que volver toda la cadena, seguir innovando en otros procesos de transformación que pudieran llevar la lana hasta otro uso en el futuro, ¿no?
Otra vida a esa lana, que si no es para tejer, a lo mejor sirve para fieltro, y el uso del fieltro como una herramienta en los colegios para que puedan hacer las manualidades, pues en lugar de con plásticos, con una fibra natural.
Las ventajas del uso de la lana en la bioconstrucción parten desde las capacidades de aislamiento, nos da un valor 2 veces superior al exigido en la normativa española en cuanto a transmitancia. Luego también el tema de incendio, es un material que no arde fácilmente. Y luego otro valor es el tema del ahorro. Te está garantizando que no tengas que utilizar tanta calefacción en invierno y tanta refrigeración en verano. Hemos retomado nuevamente el uso de la lana por el valor que introduce dentro del producto en el modelo de economía circular. Estamos aprovechando un material que acababa siendo residual.
Estamos también con otro proyecto para todo el residuo que sacamos aquí en el lavadero y en la helatura, y para poder hacer abono para el campo.
With the sheep wool fertilizer we put a lot of organic matter, we put carbon in, and we feed also the microbes and not only the plants, so it's not only chemistry, it's biochemistry. So we give the farmers an opportunity to get at least a little bit of money for their wool, and we get it off their hands, because some of them even have to destroy it because it's regarded as a waste product. I got motivated in Germany, in my home country, so I came back to Spain, where we have loads of sheep and loads of wool, and thought that's the perfect idea.
Gracias a conocer el mercado de la moda sostenible, vi una oportunidad para la lana nacional. Me embarqué en este proyecto que trata de poder tender un puente entre el consumidor final y el ganadero, así ayudando a la revalorización de la lana, dado que en este mundo de la moda sostenible aprecian más la calidad la calidad local y de proximidad, para que la lana pueda volverse a valorar. Los pequeños proyectos tienen un papel muy importante.
La única manera de revalorizar la lana es empezar a fabricar nuestros productos y darle valor a nuestros productos.
Conseguiríamos el valor que valen nuestros productos en los mercados locales, ayudaríamos a emitir muchos menos gases de efecto invernadero, porque estamos aplicando la política de kilómetro cero. Podemos atraer con este tipo de productos a turismo, pequeños negocios, recuperar oficios tradicionales. Bueno, yo creo que todos son ventajas.
Lo que necesitamos hoy en día es sumar, y la otra mucha pedagogía para dar visibilidad a los recursos que tenemos y a las materias que tenemos. Y cuando digo sumar, al final es esto, ¿no? Que entre nosotros, si hacemos una red, pues nos damos visibilidad, nos ayudamos, nos damos apoyo, y lo que estamos haciendo es también dar apoyo al sector primario, que lo tenemos un poco abandonado cuando estamos en una ciudad, porque a lo mejor no tenemos esa cercanía a lo que se dedican, ¿no?
Fibershed is focused on doing a circular activity, including improving the land, improving the vegetation, improving the wool, learning techniques on how to handle the wool, doing all of this as ecologically possible. We want to promote all of these wools because there is not a single wool in Spain that cannot be used.
Dar valor a la lana que tenemos aquí a nuestra puerta, en lugar de importar fibras sintéticas como lo estamos haciendo hoy en día.
Cuando un cliente está comprando una pieza artesanal, lo que está ayudando es a que una familia pueda dar de comer. Al final es un recurso económico que estás dando a la familia.
Entonces lo que necesitamos es que esa normativa, los gobiernos, las comunidades autónomas, en este caso en Extremadura, se conciencien, los políticos y los funcionarios, de que tienen que cambiar algunas leyes para poder posibilitar esta enorme creación de riqueza que podría generar estos nuevos procesos.
En el futuro yo creo que la lana va a tener el valor que se merece. Sí que es verdad que el esfuerzo es grande, que tenemos que tener pequeños gestos todos, pero si juntos lo hacemos, podremos conseguirlo. La lana volverá a tener ese valor que de hecho en España emblemáticamente tiene que tener.
Ahora mismo la legislación en España considera a la lana como un subproducto. Hay que trabajar por cambiar esto, hay que elevar a la lana al valor que se merece y devolver a la lana su dignidad.
Ver un ovillo de nuestro producto, de nuestro trabajo, en el que este ovillo ha ayudado a dar una revalorización al producto, pero este ovillo lo hemos hecho a través de un conocimiento que nos ha pasado nuestra familia, mi padre, mi tío, mi abuelo. Eso es lo que más orgullo me da.
Es el momento de arroparse con mantas y forros polares de lana y tenemos toda la lana que queremos. Arrópate con lana.
Es un volver al antaño, es un volver a las tradiciones y sobre todo vivir la experiencia que vivían también nuestros ancestros, que creo que también es un plus que podemos aportar a esta lana.
I think that this is a way to get the public proud of their indigenous wools and to get some recognition of those 365 days that somebody has taken care of that wool to mean that you get to have a sweater on your back.
Y creo que para mí que llegue en un futuro a ser como el pasado que me dijo mi padre que había en la lana, ese sería mi sueño.
Now, yes, very touching movie, detailed, explicit, and pointing on the visibility and the need to make legal changes. And this is a good bridge for the next intervention, touching the policymakers and the larger public is the mission of PLEAD in the Netherlands. PLEAD is an association, a group of people that started in 2019 as a community of volunteers. They wanted to help rescue the fleece of a local herd. Since they have done a lot of activities, education, awareness raising, booklets, resembles to activism. Doreen van de Boykel will tell us more about this. We will be connected with her now through Zoom meeting, and she will introduce the activities of PLEAD in the Netherlands. Hello, Doreen. Oh, wait. Yeah, speakers.
Nice to meet you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah? Wonderful. Well, nice to be here. you see my presentation? I think. This is our group. We started with a group of 4 after the generous donation of some. You can see him here in the photograph on the left. He's the shepherd, and he has a herd of 200 sheep. We are located in the north of the Netherlands, and we started as a group of activists to make blankets out of wool, of local wool. And this was quite a challenge because all textile industry, or most of the textile industry, has disappeared from the Netherlands, and we have no spinneries left. So it was quite a bold move. What we did, we had a fleece of 200 and we placed a call in the newspaper, local newspaper, and said who can help us to make blankets out of this wool. And all wool had to be spun by hand and woven or knitted or felted by hand. So this is how we started, and soon after we made a lot of wonderful contacts and had a lot of activities we didn't expect. Why did we do this? We started this action because the wool situation in the Netherlands is very sad. We have a very long wool tradition. Even as long as the 8th century, there's proof that people used wool for their clothes. There was a large wool trade from Leiden. Wool has kept people warm for centuries. Our fishermen were dressed in wool, our farmers were dressed in wool, everybody was dressed in wool for centuries. And it was only this century when the fossil fibers were invented that people started to abandon wool, and also the production of our clothes was moved to low-wage countries. So gradually, nobody noticed, but gradually all textile industry disappeared. And the photo on the right you see is taken in the time that we started our action. This is the load of a container ship which stranded. It dumped some containers fell overboard on our end. The plastic landed on the beaches, and people were very concerned about this. And we heard from a lot of people that that was their motivation, one of their motivations to help us with our action. So currently farmers have to pay in the Netherlands to get their wool collected. Most sheep are kept either for meat or for grazing. And the wool has become worthless. So what we have now is that the wool is either being shipped to Asia or even being burned, which is even worse because it's very difficult to burn wool. And then we get our clothes from the other side of the world and get it back. And on the right side is the situation we propagate. We would like to have new mills, new spinneries. We would like people to mend their clothes and buy better quality clothes and do longer with them. These are typical Dutch sheep. They vary from the regions where they live. This is an image of our activities. So soon after we started, we got a lot of connections with museums, schools, and a lot of interested parties. So we started working. And here you see that people brought us loads of hand-spun yarn. This is the result. Every time we were extremely happy to receive a package of carefully spun wool, and later this was transformed into blankets. But as I said, gradually we moved on. We were invited to participate in the Dutch Design Week. we made some books, we taught at schools, we had workshops, we had all kinds of things. And also we made an exhibition to show people the value of wool and the history of wool. These are our books. And one of the things what also happened was that as we spoke a lot of people about wool, we thought we have to get together, we have to write a manifesto, which we did, with all people that are currently concerned in the Netherlands about the situation of the wool. And we made a list of 10 points which we think should change. And it has, we managed to get it to our Ministry of Agriculture, to the Minister, but we still need more support. So if you want, you can sign the manifesto at our website. This is the economy we would like. Natural resources, no microplastics, locally, new enterprise, with the embracement of our culture and our crafts, fair labor and biodiversity. And we would like very much an end to fossil-based fibers. So this is what we did in a nutshell. If you want to contact us, you can visit our website plate.nl. There you can see also a documentary that has been made about us. Unfortunately, it is in Dutch, but we have some short films which have Dutch subtitles, and you can reach me at the other details. Okay, thank you.
Great, Doreen. Thank you very much. It's inspiring initiative you have there. Obviously, you have a lot of support.
Wanted to show you.
Yes.
You can also support us by buying our book, which is in English as well.
Great. Thanks a lot for this. It's inspiring to see the network that you have managed to create. So here is all these awareness-raising movements and how we can reach the future prospects that we set ourselves with the wool. Another way to raise awareness is lobbying, is working towards regulation makers or trying to get the regulations that have been voted to be implemented. And this is the work of Harry Matthews, who's initiated the petition for rural heritage and food security in Belgium. He's lobbying there so that the EU regulations are being respected, and we should be getting in contact with Harry. Hello. Oh, wait. Sorry. Excuse me. We have here. Oops. Hello, Harry.
Yes. Can you hear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. And first of all, thank you very much to the European Wool Exchange for organising today. I'm briefly going to speak about an EU petition called Protect the EU's Rural Heritage, Food Security and Supply. Now, there we are. So first of all, what is a European Citizens Initiative? It's a very special type of petition because it's an official EU petition. And that comes with a couple of cons. For example, you can only sign it if you are a European citizen. But the big plus of it is that when it's successful, the EU has an obligation to respond. Where a regular petition maybe might get a response, this one, there's a guarantee that the European Commission will give you a response. And this is part of a growing trend. This mechanism, the ECI, has been around for about 10 years now. But it's only in the last 4 or 5 years that we've really seen it pick up, not just with citizens engaging with these petitions, but also in the way that politicians observe them and interact with them themselves. And on the right of the screen, you'll see a QR code. That QR code will be on each of the next slides, and it will take you to the petition website. So what is this petition about? Well, in a nutshell, it's about standing up for rural and food-producing communities. To break it down into two main segments, there's the idea of protecting rural heritage, cultural traditions, and then there's the idea of ensuring food security for the future, not in the idea of making sure there's enough food in our supermarkets, but in the idea of having that food grown on European soil. And the reason these two different ideas have come together is that they tend to impact the same communities. So, for example, when it comes to heritage, what we often see is that young people who are the ones that learn the rural traditions, the ones that adopt decades or even centuries worth of practice, often feel that they have to move to cities, not because they want to, but because there's a lack of opportunity where they grew up. And that's not their fault or the community's fault, that's the lack of government incentive and investment pushed into those areas. And it's actually very similar on the food security, the agricultural front, because the young people in rural areas often cannot afford the initial costs of setting up to be a farmer, even if that's their chosen profession. And they also have to deal with crazy levels of uncertainty around climate change and the future of the land that they will be using. This is reflected in the numbers. For example, only 11% of our farmers in the EU are under the age of 40, whereas 60% are over 55 years old. That's a huge age, an age bracket difference. So what we're asking for is for more EU investment into rural areas so that rural traditions can stay alive and they can be passed on to future generations. Because this isn't happening just one or two places. If it were, you might be able to say that is the way history goes. Things evolve, things change, some things get lost to time. But what we're seeing now is different. What we're seeing is every country of Europe, almost all local areas, suffering from this burden. And we're asking for more EU attention and more EU investment and further enhanced consultation with local rural representatives to make sure these laws and investments go really where they're needed. So, how are we doing this petition? Well, we have several industry partners, and they've proven very helpful in getting it out to their members. So we have about 13 in total, those logos just among some of them, but we're also using agricultural fairs and community fairs where we can meet people from local communities, introduce the problems, which they often agree with, and sign. We're also using local magazines and newsletters to get our reach out. So what am I here asking for? Well, first of all, you can sign. You can encourage your friends, your family, and your colleagues. But more importantly, I know many of you here today are representing organizations. And your organization can really be part of this movement. We'd ask that you share the petition link in your newsletters, your social media, but really connect with your members through this petition. We know, like this event, there are events all across Europe all the time. We have flyers, we have graphics, and I would ask if you're interested and you feel passionate about this subject, please get in touch with me. I would love to have more people on this petition, and that way you can highlight these issues to the EU institutions to bring more investment to rural areas. So thank you very much for that brief interlude. That is my email address on the screen, and I would encourage you all to get in touch with me, and together we can get this petition over the goalposts and influence EU legislation and investment to rural areas. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Harry, for explaining us all this. Thanks. It's interesting to see how we have echo here. Wait. Yeah. To see all the mechanisms that we can put into place to create an environment that is beneficial to the development of the wool in Europe. There are many different levels on which we can work, and it's really interesting to see what Harry is doing there. And with this, we close this chapter on the future prospects of the wool and the situation of the wool today. And we go on to the next on the next chapter, which is wool in education and research, because where do we start from? There is so much to do. So we start by transmitting, we start by sharing, we start by educating at all possible levels so that we can create a critical mass, that we can create a network, that we can create opportunities and encounters. The advantage of working with the wool is that educating about the wool is often educating with the wool. And as soon as there is a tactile element, there is a real exchange. It's not a top-down situation. Rarely you find yourself in a situation running a workshop where you don't learn anything. It doesn't happen. You always learn also from the students. When you have especially when you have a tactile experience. Also, the benefits of using our hands to learn something has been proven. So the first project I will introduce today is my sisters in Greece. I'm part of the Greek delegation here that we were supposed to host the event this year and we couldn't because of Mr. President's decision to change or not. And we will hopefully host it next year, so we are all welcome to join us next year in Greece, in Epirus. That's the plan. In Epirus is the Pokari project. The Pokari project, Pokari is the word for the fleece once it's been shorn. So once you shear the sheep, you have the Pokari. You fold it in a specific way, and that's the name of this social enterprise based in the northwest mountains of Greece, put into life by scientists, craftspeople, breeders together to revive, to reproduce a line for the wool in Greece. That just like in Serbia, we share a lot of traditions. Traditions are still alive in Greece. Young people still dance traditional dances, they still play traditional instruments, and they still do traditional crafts. There is a revival though, there is a clear revival, just like all these initiatives we've seen today have a very young history, most of them, not all, but most of them. So is the Pokari project. Exactly, they're here to restore the value of the Greek wool by creating a sustainable yarn that we can use and support indigenous breeds, also semi-nomadic breeds with their specificities, their fresh air lifestyle. They produce high-quality woolen products, also carpets and handmade products, and they organize educational and awareness-raising events and programs. And this is exactly what is being presented in this video we'll see now. Last year they had a summer school in Metsovo, where you'll see a crew of women of all ages contributing to creating the whole cycle of the wool. Let's go to Greece. Let's go. Let's go.
The Pokari project is a social cooperative enterprise aiming to revive the use of wool of native Greek sheep breeds. It is composed of sheep breeders, handcrafters and scientists, and it is based in Epirus, in northwest Greece. At the Pokari project, we believe that any wool is a valuable raw material if used wisely. Therefore, by researching the unique characteristics of the wool of each breed, we create woolen products with a local identity. By organizing educational and conscious-raising events, we are reintroducing wool to people, especially the younger generation. The Summer Wool School aims to record and transmit the traditional knowledge of wool processing interactively and collectively as it has always been. Metsovo is a mountainous city in Epirus, where the weaving tradition, an important part of our cultural heritage, is still alive. Because of that, in June 2022, we decided to organize our first summer school of wool there. With the local women's support and the participation of all generations, we revived the traditional wool cycle, from the fleece to the thread. In Greece, there are still some last places where traditional weaving is practiced, mainly by the older generation. Fortunately, there has also been a big comeback of handcraft among younger people in recent years. By taking the summer wool school to those places, we are creating an intergenerational network of handcrafters, bringing the thread of traditional knowledge to the future.
Very beautiful settings, very beautiful people. And the benefits of doing things together. In these 2 days that they worked together, they could wash 10 kilos, which is not little. Dyed, everything. It's to keep in mind. So now we go to woolen fashion accessories. The secondary vocational school from Takidaskalo with Anita Stefanovska in North Macedonia. They are showing us how to reuse old woolen clothes and how to create accessories. Let's go to Macedonia. Oh, you're here. Great. I say, oh, great. We have a second Anita.
With me are my colleagues, Živka and Ena.
Κατάλαβα τώρα. Ωραία. Τώρα κατάλαβα. Έλα.
Hello for everybody. First of all, we want to thank to Dr. Alberto Costa and Mr. Todorovsky to invite us to be a part of this wonderful day. We teach students on free classes. We have 2 classes in a week for own choice of them. We prepared a program who must be approved by Minister of Education. And we teach students how to embroidery, knitting, made fashion accessories, sustainable fashion, how to old clothes, how to make reusable, and that's things. And we prepared a short video presentation. You can see. Right? Okay. Let's go.
Play.
Yes. Hello, I'm Anita,
Emma,
and Živka.
We are teachers in Vocational Secondary School Takidaskalo, Bitola, North Macedonia. In this presentation, we will present the work of our students in the free classes of the students' own choice. In these classes, students learn embroidery and knitting. This year, we preferred wool as the raw material for work. Students made brooches by knitting. We tried dyeing the wool with a natural dye, beetroot water, and got this result.
Students felted the wool.
They made pom-poms. They made brushes. The students made necklaces by knitting. We use woolen ornaments for hair wreaths. Students sewed bags from woolen material. And decorated them with knitted felt and pom-pom fragments. They decorated pre-sewn bags with wool ornaments.
An old torn woolen scarf with woolen decorations became reusable. Instead of ending up as waste, old woolen blouses were decorated with woolen, embroidered and knitting ornaments and made reusable. We also decorated glass with knitting ornaments. Thank you for your attention.
Yes, we have here the bag live. I wanted to show it. And the brush live. Can we zoom in? Please, can you show for the people who are seeing this from far away?
Thank you.
All right. We have now an initiative from Montenegro that is presenting a completed project where young people were learning to weave with the wool, and it culminated in recreating a whole household with traditional utensils. It's called Old Crafts Are Our Future, Miroslava Radovic.
Nalazimo se u prostorijama nevladinog udruženja Niti u Bijelom polju. Ovo je radionica u kojoj je realizovan projekat Stari zanati, naša budućnost. U projektu su učestvovali učenici drugog jednog odjeljenja srednje stručne škole Turistički smjer sa svojom razrednom starešinom Milom Korać. Naš cilj je bio da se ovi mladi ljudi upoznaju sa preradom i upotrebom vune i da savladaju osnove izrade upotrebnih i ukrasnih predmeta tehnikom tkanja na ručnom razvoju.
Posjetili smo vunovlačaru čiji je vlasnik Mileta Čupić. Vidjeli smo kako se vuna prerađuje. U ovim prostorijama prošle godine u februaru započela je obuka za rad na razvoju. Prijavilo se 5 učenica, a interesantno je da su 3 učenika pokazala izuzetnu kreativnost za rad na kaiš razvoju, a kasnije i na velikim razvojima.
Mi smo završili obuku tkanja, a naši tukari, učesnici projekta, su imali zadatak da aktivno prate, slikaju i učestvuju u izradi panova. Projektom je planirano opremanje etno sobe. Svi su se aktivno uključili u prikupljanju predmeta koji su se nekada nalazili gotovo u svim domaćinstvima. Ovdje vidimo košnicu trnku, neko je zove vrščara, pčele u njoj prave same sać u kojoj odlažu med. Naš kraj je poznat po gajenju voća. Jedan dio se pretvara u rakiju, gdje se rakija odlaže u drvena burad. Za prevoz putnika i robe koristi se snaga volova i konja. Ovo je oprema za zapregu.
Ovo je preslica, sprava koju su žene koristile da opredu vunu, koju su kasnije koristile za izradu odjevnih predmeta. Običaj je bio da sve djevojke savladaju ovu vještinu i kada su se udavale, u miran sa sobom bi nosile preslicu. Ova pripada Vidosavi Savić, koja se udala 1946. godine. Preslica stara 75 godina i danas je ispravna i može se koristiti. Gotove proizvode i spremljene darove djevojke su u novi dom nosile u ovakvim drvenim škrinjama. Vuna može da se prede i pomoću ovakve preslice.
Gotovo svako domaćinstvo imalo razvoj. Vrijedne domaćice su morale da tkaju platno i same šiju sve što je potrebno za jedno domaćinstvo. Ovdje su stari ručni radovi koji su ukrašavali domove naših predaka. Bijelo polje je višenacionalna sredina i vidimo kako su se žene oblačile tada u to vrijeme. Njihove vrijedne ruke su vezom ukrašavale svoje domove.
Ovo je sofra, riječ je arapskog porijekla koji su na Balkan donijeli Turci, a koristi se izraz sinija i trpeza. To je niski drveni sto za ručavanje oko koga se sjedilo na podu. Tada se koristio pribor od drveta i gline, a kasnije i od metala.
Hrana se pripremala na ognjištu koje je zauzimalo važno mjesto u svakom domaćinstvu. Na zemljanom podu se ložila vatra, a na verigama se kačio lonac za kuvanje ili direktno na žar.
Voda se donosila u metalnim ili glinenim posudama, đogumima, a čuvala se u ibriku. Mlin za mljevenje kafe, avan za sitnjenje hrane, drvena karlica za razlijevanje mlijeka i skupljanje kajmaka, kao i mnoge druge posude koje su se koristile u domaćinstvima. Za umivanje i pranje veša obično su se koristili metalni lavori, prakljače, kao i druga ovakva pomagala.
Ranije su bile lampe na gas i peglje. Peglje su bile od teškog materijala metala, to jest također i od bronze. Imale su drvenu dršku kako bi se poklopac otvarao i unutra se stavljao žar.
Ovo je kolijevka, ručno rađena, potiče iz porodice Cicmil i stara je više od 70 godina. Početkom 20. vijeka pojedina domaćinstva su koristila radio aparate, preko gramofona su slušali muziku sa gramofonskih ploča. Tu je i stari telefon.
Slike će mnogo više reći od naših riječi. Sve ovo ne bi bilo moguće da nije bilo vrijednih učenika i velike podrške našeg donatora Američke ambasade. Ovim putem se članice udruženja Niti zahvaljuju svim učesnicima u projektu.
Yes, impressive to see how these teenagers get into explaining the iron. And yeah, education has no age, yeah? We can start educating teenagers about the benefits of traditional items, but ideally kids would be taught as early as possible or told. And this is the initiative in Croatia that we'll see next, that is felting with preschool children. Because touching the wool has this effect that it softens you, and it's beneficial for the psychomotricity, for exchanging, because it touches you, you get softer and more permeable for osmosis. It relaxes, and anybody producing stuff with wool knows the enjoyment of having your own produced thing around, and this is the joy that is being shared in this initiative, that they produce their own toys eventually. Let's go to Croatia. Ah, no, yes? Yeah, felting with preschool children. Ah, really? Okay. Yeah. Yes, it's a PowerPoint presentation. I thought there is somebody presenting it. I can present it, sure. No. Yeah, I saw that. I saw something like this in English, though. You see the toys that they make themselves. All right, that's it for me. I pass the mic back. Did you have a coffee? Did you have a bit of a rest?
Yes, you deserve.
No, you, did you? No, tomorrow. Okay.
Okay, it is my great pleasure to introduce two ladies. One is from Croatia. She is Ana, professor of textile technology faculty in Zagreb. The second friend, the lady, is Jelena Đukanović, is the president of Institute of Wool from Nikšić. But Dr. Costa, my network with Croatia and Montenegro was my contribution, personally and from Serbia, to you Foundation. Yes, on September. So, we all need colors as a therapy for our soul, for our eyes, for the heart. So please, we can see the short video from Ana from Zagreb, the first.
Hello to everyone. I'm Ana Sutlović. I come from University of Zagreb, Faculty of Textile Technology. Here is a short presentation about my personal experience related to dyeing of textile with natural dyes. but I also present my collaboration with my dear colleague, Jelena Đukanović, from the Montenegrin Wool Institute. I have to say, our cooperation represents an essential importance related to the dyeing of textile with natural dyes, the cooperation of technologists and designers, and the importance of broad knowledge in the textile field. At the beginning, it is important to define natural dyes. Natural dyes are dyes and pigments obtained from mineral, animal, or plant sources with minimum chemical treatment. Nowadays, the most commonly used are herbal origin natural dyes. And of course, natural dyes have to obtain from bio-waste materials, from easily renewable sources, or from even invasive species. Before we starting the dyeing process, we need to have two groups of equally important information. The first relates to information about plants, and second one, information about process parameters. These information are important because in different plants, different chemical compounds are responsible for coloring. Information about chemical structure of dyes you can obtain from laboratory, from chemical analysis. Here is an example of application of liquid chromatography for the ash bark analysis provided in my Department for Textile Chemistry and Ecology. So we can carry out dyeing with natural dyes in 3 phases. The first is, of course, dye extraction. We can carry out dye extraction as traditional process, or we can use some modern techniques such as microwaves or ultrasound. The second phase is mordanting. Mordanting can carry out as pre-treatment in the same time with dyeing, or as after treatment process. And of course, the last stage is dyeing, when we put all of our components together. The following parameters are important for our experiment, for our process, because during the textile dyeing, the interaction between natural pigments and functional groups of textile material are present. I can say that maybe the most important stage in the application of natural dyes is mordanting. Textiles are treated with metal salts for better fixing of dyes, achieving color fastness, and for obtaining a wider palette of color hue. Nowadays, the most common metal ions are aluminium, copper, and iron. These metals with fiber and with dye create differently colored metal complexes. In this example, we can see how with the same plant, for example, onion peel, and different mordants, we can achieve wonderful palette of tones. Wonderful palette of tones is obtained. In public, we can hear that the use of mordants is not ecological, but this is not true. You have to cooperate with chemists. Some metals are forbidden you have to care about human health, about wastewater pollution, and of course about textile quality. And when we put all of this information into account, no more than 5% of metal by mass of material should be used. So the recipe for dyeing with natural dyes must contain all of these data, because all of this information affects the obtaining coloring. The color, of course, also the quality of textile materials, and ensure that we can repeat our recipes. I can say that future of the application of natural dyes is certainly in the preservation of heritage and, of course, in sustainability fashion. Certainly, the future is in brave young people. Here is an example of 3 young women who graduate from the Faculty of Textile Technology in Zagreb, and they decided to change their lifestyle, live in small towns in harmony with nature, and deal with natural dyes. We can find a lot of information about them on social networks, but here the first one is our Vedrana Pecek, then Ivana Biocina, and of course Andrea Dokmanovic. I'm really sure that you want to learn more from me through lectures and of course through workshops. And I'm sure that we will see each other this summer in beautiful Montenegro at the International Multidisciplinary Art Colony All Colors of Montenegro. About this beautiful art colony, you will hear everything in the next lecture from my dear colleague Jelena Đukanović. Thank you for your time and for your attention, and enjoy in the beautiful European Wool Day. Bye.
Yes. Welcome on board.
Thank you so much.
We can fly.
Thank you so much. I'm very glad to be here and to present our project. Collaboration between artists, professors, art students, craftsmen, experts and in the field of the textile technology, botany, ethnology, designers and fashion psychologists has been ongoing for 5 years through the international art project All Colors of Montenegro, dyeing wool with vegetable dyes. The project is under the auspices of the Ministry of Culture of Montenegro. Saradnja između umjetnika, profesora i studenata umetničkih fakulteta i akademija, zanatlija, stručnjaka iz oblasti tekstilne tehnologije, botanike, etnologije, dizajnera i psihologe mode traje u kontinuitetu već 5 godina kroz međunarodni umetnički projekat Sve boje Crne Gore, bojanje vune biljnim bojama pod pokroviteljstvom Ministarstva kulture Crne Gore. In addition to preserving the intangible cultural heritage in the field of textile, such as wool yarns, knits and fabrics, are preserving traditional craft wool shaping techniques. The goal was to revitalize the forgotten technological processes of obtaining colors from leaves, fruits, flowers, and roots of plants growing in the environment, as well as ash tree, birch, walnut, peach, onion, etc. Pored očuvanja nematerijalne kulturne baštine u oblasti tekstila, kao što je postupak dobijanja vunene pređe, pletenine i tkanine i očuvanje tradicionalnih zanatskih tehnika oblikovanja vune, cilj je bio i revitalizacija zaboravljenog tehnološkog postupka dobijanja boja iz lista, ploda, cveta ili korena biljke koje rastu u okruženju kao što su jasen, breza, orah, broć, breskva, crni luk i tako dalje. Plant pigments are obtained from renewable sources, are harmless to the environment and safe and healthy to use as they do not cause allergic reaction to humans, as is the case with dyes of chemical origin. Biljni pigmenti dobijaju se iz obnovljivih izvora, bezopasni su za okolinu i preporučljivi za ljudsko zdravlje jer ne izazivaju alergijske reakcije kao što je to slučaj sa bojama hemijskog porekla. The wool used in these workshops was procured from local cattle breeders, hand-washed, combed in carding machine and then hand-spun with a spinning wheel and spindle. Vuna korišćena na ovim radionicama nabavljena je od lokalnih stočara, ručno oprana i raščešljana, vlačana u vunovlačari, a zatim ručno predana pomoću preslice i vretena. Fine and applied artists, students of fashion and textile design create works of art from dyed yarn on fleece, paintings, assemblage, graphics and fashion accessories, hats, buckles, bags, gloves, belts, hats, etc. Likovni primljeni umetnici, studenti modnog dizajna tekstila su od obojene pređe ili kudelje stvarali likovne radove, slike, asamblaže, grafike i modni aksesoar, šešire, toke, torbe, rukavice, pojaseve, kape. Sculptors used wool to make sculptures and objects using wool as an unconventional material. The artists used the following techniques to make these works: wet felting, needle felting, knitting, crocheting and weaving. Vajari su koristili vunu za izradu skulptura i objekata koristeći nekonvencionalni materijal vunu. Umetnici su za izradu ovih radova koristili tehnike mokro pustovanje vune, suvo filcanje iglom, pletanje, heklanje i tkanje. In the past period, through the project All Colors of Montenegro, Dyeing Wool with Plant Dyes, numerous educational workshops were held in preschool and school institutions covering the topic of wool. For most participants, it was their first encounter with wool and an opportunity to sense it under their fingers and shape it. U proteklom periodu, kroz projekat Sve boje Crne Gore, bojanje vune biljnim bojama, održane su brojne edukativne radionice u predškolskim i školskim ustanovama na temu vune. Većini je to bio prvi susret sa vunom i prilika da je uzmu u ruke i oblikuju. At the Faculty of Design and Multimedia, University of Donja Gorica in Podgorica, in the field of fashion design within the subject textile, wool is studied as a material as well as wool shaping techniques and its importance and application in modern clothing. Na Fakultetu za dizajn i multimediju Univerziteta Donja Gorica u Podgorici, na smjeru za modni dizajn u okviru predmeta tekstil, izučava se vuna kao materijal, tehnike oblikovanja vune i njen značaj i primjena u savremenom odjevanju. Thank you for your attention and see you next summer in Montenegro. Hvala na pažnji i dođite nam u Crnu Goru na leto.
Bravo! Ja hoću da dodam samo nešto.
Pozvane si.
Naravno, ali ja hoću da pozovem i ostale. Znači, ovo je jedna lepa konekcija između Sirogojna, Zlatibora i bliske nam Crne Gore i tvog projekta Sve boje Montenegra, koje je stvarno...
Hvala, jer zaista, evo već ovo će biti 6. godina, svi neizmerno uživamo, vratimo se zaista obogaćeni velikim znanjem i velikim iskustvom. Vesna will.
Okay, I will.
Poor people say we don't understand that.
Yes, I forget it.
So, I invite all from here and around to come to All Colors of Montenegro at the beginning of September, because it is a unique opportunity to see how to dye the wool with plants And every day we were occupied. In the afternoon, we were at the river. In the afternoon, we had a theoretical workshop, psychology of fashion and the other. So very nice.
You are very welcome, all of you.
Thank you so much. Bravo. Now we have a video. Felting with preschool children by Jasminka Gršković, Croatia.
Felting with preschool children and making didactics for children. I introduced the felting technique in my work in kindergarten in 2017. In 2021, we decided that our kindergarten, Katarina Frankopan, should be known for using wool in our work with children. Kindergarten teachers gather at the felting workshops and learn how to dry and wet felt, then transfer their knowledge and skills in their work with children.
Onda ti
Bome boli, ja sam
A meni ja sam dobro
Boli zato što je hrapava igla pa
sa
peče.
iglom šivo nešto i samo sam se probio sam malo kože i ništa.
Ništa nije bilo.
Ništa. A ja se zbunila, koliko sam se potupila. Lela, nemoj se ponovo ubasat kao ja.
Daniela složila jaslice za polured.
Kolika ovakva petina neka ne bude.
On workshops and with children, we make toys for them to play with. For example, we made fruit and cake, and meadow with flowers and animals. The benefits for children are development of fine motor skills, correct holding of a needle, precision, acquiring new knowledge through touch, developing awareness of cause and effect relationships between people and nature, environmental protection, tradition of using wool, and participation in the design of new toys. Thank you for your time and attention.
So I have a difficult task now. So I need to introduce my friend from Croatia, Dragica Jerkov, most successful woman in Croatia as an entrepreneur, so representative of Scavolini in Croatia, see, and the wife of Jerkov, basketball player. But also she is representative of one institution because we cooperate from 2010. It is Adriatic Union Chamber of Commerce, and I would like to thank to Jadranka Radovanić, the former president of Chamber of Commerce of Split, and I grew up in my business with her. So thank you so much. We can see Dragica Jerkov, fertilizer made from raw wool, Fema, Croatia.
for your garden. Mulching protects your soil from erosion and drought and suppresses weeds. It also provides organic matter to make your soil healthier. So why is wool a suitable material for mulching? It's organic, with valuable nutrition to plants. It has a unique structure, it prevents weeds to grow. It's available, renewable, and biodegradable. It comes in 4 forms: as raw wool, wool mat, discs, and wool pellets. We know little how it works though. So we do research trials to test wool mulch materials in the laboratory and in the field. We found that wool pellet helps to keep water in sandy soils and make heavy clay soils more light. It helped to reduce water loss resulting from evaporation, reduced soil temperature, and prevented drought and water stress. So wool mulch cover enhanced yield, quality and quantity while helping to reduce the amount of irrigation water needed. What's next? We intend to test wool pellets in organic vegetable production and arable crop production on different soil types and as a mulch material on the surface. We are family and friends working together as a small company in Hungary. We produce and distribute wool products for gardening and conduct research in collaboration with the Hungarian University for Agriculture and Life Sciences, with organic farmers and shepherds. For more information, please visit our website and get in touch.
Okay, we can start. No. It is time for Vida of Serbia National Wool Day. So, we had a guest from Municipality of Čajetina and Eco-Agrar Director Marko Marić and Association Force. Where is the place of Serbian wool in the Europe in this moment?
Okay. We came to Serbia to honor the tradition of wool in this country.
Došli smo u Srbiju zato što znamo da postoji velika tradicija u obradi vune u Srbiji.
Europa knows very well the pirot carpet and all the tradition of the colors and the work in the wool.
Evropa veoma dobro poznaje pirotski ćilim, ornamente i proces izrade vune.
And we were very impressed by the wool work in Zlatibor and Sirogojno village, and we wanted the other countries to know what do you have here.
Mi hoćemo da druge zemlje znaju šta postoji ovdje, jer smo impresionirani. Juče smo bili u muzeju Sirogojno i imali smo svečani ručak u krčmi. Zaista impresionirani smo onim što smo zatekli i videli smo i muzej vune i Sirogojno brand i upoznati smo sa onim što se ranije dešavalo od 1960. godine sa Dobrilom Smiljanićem.
We are promoting what we call therapeutic knitting. I was a doctor of breast cancer, and always the women who were knitting and working the wool, they were more calm and more ready to fight the disease.
Ja sam 40 godina bio hirurg za kancer dojke i mogu sigurno da potvrdim iz svoje prakse. Sve žene koje su bile pacijentkinje i koje su plele imale su mnogo bolje rezultate zato što apsolutno pletenje i vuna utiču na spuštanje nivoa stresa i da se čitav proces iznese mnogo bolje i povoljnije. Kalma.
So I established 10 years ago an association called Gomitolo Rosa, which is pink wool ball, to promote knitting and working with wool in hospitals.
Pre 10 godina sam osnovao udruženje Gomitolo Roza, to znači roze klupče, i sa njima sam počeo promociju u bolnicama gde se leče pacijentkinje od kancera dojke, zato što stvarno pomaže.
Evo, vi ste ovdje u ulozi domaćina, kakav je značaj, kako vi vidite sve?
Pa pre svega mi je drago da u ime opštine Čajetina, Zlatiborskog ekoagrara, a i lično mogu da pozdravim ovakav skup i prosto ovo vidim kao tendenciju ka nekom boljitku i ka poboljšanju situacije pre svega sela i proizvođača, jer je prosto ja se primarno time i bavim. Šta hoću da kažem? Preopširna bi bila priča o koristi vune i značaju vune desetinama godina unazad u našem kraju, znači apsolutno seoski živalj zna šta to znači. Prosto ne pričati sada o tome, nego treba biti svestan toga da je danas vuna problem. Znači niko je ne vidi kao korist, nego je vidi kao problem. Ja smatram da ovo što ovi ljudi danas ovdje nude i ovo saradnja koju uspostavljamo da može da bude put ka rešenju, dakle da to više ne gledamo na taj način. Svakako to se mora sagledavati nekim na novi način, mora se shvatiti da se mora koristiti na druge načine, ali jednostavno ovo je put ka progresu i ka tome da recimo ta vuna ponovo postane vredna i da ima smisla držati stoku. Znači,
Director of EcoAgrar would like to say that he believes in rural development and solution for wool. He is one of the most successful owners and director in the region, as well as owner of 100 sheep.
Ako bismo to recimo prizemljili u neke brojke, Hoću da vam kažem da prema popisu odnosno podacima iz Privredne komore iz 21. godine, Zlatiborski okrug ima nešto oko 50.000 umatičenih ovaca. Znači, mimo toga, verovatno da postoji još 10.000 onih koji nisu u evidenciji. To u praksi znači sa nekih 2,5-3 kg vune, znači pričamo o nekoliko stotina tona nečega koji nikome ne koristi ništa, nego zapravo predstavlja problem. Dakle,
so, evidence of the sheep in the region of Zlatibor is 50,000, but there is many, many more without evidence. There is a problem what to do with 2 kilos of every sheep wool every spring.
Na ovaj način treba da svi zajedno učinimo, a opet znamo da opština Čajetina se trudi da podrži poljoprivredu na svaki način, tako da prosto i ovo treba da učinimo sa svoje strane, da ovo postane korisno i vredno za naše meštane.
It is very good to have the owner of the private company in the local municipality as a decision maker. Thank you, Marko. Summary video of the Spanish National Wool Day from yesterday. Good. Yes.
First of all, we would like to thank Porto to bring us the opportunity to be here to celebrate the European Wool Day with us. We are a knitters organization that want to put into value the wool, which is an environmental friendly, natural resource that has also been economic development issue and source of biodiversity. Please feel free to enjoy us doing all kinds of activities around wool. Thank you again. We hope today you get to enjoy wool as much as we do and you get to have a wonderful day.
We are here again in Salamón, in the Wool Museum, and thanks to Angel, we are going to enjoy again the European Wool Day. If you want, you can follow us.
Bocezaba un marinero dentro de la mar salada, suplicando al Dios inmenso que le sacara del agua. El demonio que lo oyó desde el centro donde estaba.
We are here with Concha from Yaya Association. She's going to do a workshop with Las Hidalgas Wool. They are going to do a wool ball.
Me darás, marinero, que te saque del agua. 3 navíos traigo al mar, cargaditos de oro y plata. El mayor de ellos te doy, porque me saque del agua.
Now we are with Camino from Enredando in Cistierna. She's going to do a workshop of wool dyeing with natural leaves and plants.
Ni tu plata, quiero que cuando te mueras a mí me entregues el alma. El alma la mando a Dios, me la diera.
In a natural environment as we are here in Salamón, Virginia from Yaya is going to need bird baths for the birds.
El agua, las tripas de Juan Gaitero, para las bolas de la gaita.
The girls from Santa Luisa Nursery Home in León are knitting with Las Hidalgas wool.
Y un cazador cazando perdió el pañuelo.
We are going here to give to Las Hidalgas the Tweedle Move Award for the softest Tweedle Move OU Award 2002. Alberto is here to receive it.
Eso sería, madre, eso sería, que el cazador cazando lo perdería.
Also, Asprona León is here with us, enjoying the European Wool Day.
La llevaba de la mano con el aire, sí, con el aire, no.
For the children, we also have the wool game, time to learn about the wool process.
De fría, digo de blanca, y a coger el trébol y el trébol en la arena, y a coger el trébol en la flor de mi morena.
The music that we are listening is the marvelous concert of Rodrigo Martínez.
Vienes airosa, vienes coloradina como una rosa, y a coger el trébol y el trébol en la arena, y a coger el trébol en la flor de mi morena, y a coger
Concha from Yaya shows traditional spinning wheel technique.
la flor de mi morena. Na pira de talerum di di dum, de dum di da de dum de dum di di dum, de dum di da de dum di di dum, de dum di da de dum dum de dum di da de.
All the garments that we can see have been knitted by Transhumant Merino wool from Las Hidalgas, by the artists Constanza de Félix, Regina de Jiménez, Escuela de Moda Lipper, and Made in Slow.
Y el trébol en la arena, y a coger el trébol en la flor de mi morena. Quiérote y no te quiero, que son dos cosas. Tengo amor y no quiero que lo conozcas. Y a coger el trébol y el trébol en la arena, y a coger el trébol en la flor de mi morena, y a coger el trébol en la arena, y a coger el trébol en la flor de mi morena.
Isabella, the floor is yours. Isabella is my wool colleague from Cyprus, from the board of EWE Foundation.
Hi everybody. Thank you. Happy Easter, everybody. I hope to see you soon. I am here with my friends in Serbia. We enjoyed a very nice trip, 2 days intensive trip that helped us to understand the culture and how important is wool for this country. I will close the whole day, so we only have 5 presentations. So we start with the legacy of Bridget. It's Irish women in wool. I will describe briefly their concept, actually, they have been inspired by the goddess of agriculture, who is considered to give strength to crafters and the sheep breeders. So, in honor of this goddess, the team from Ireland are presenting an initiative which is celebration of European Wool Day, hosting an international panel of wool experts, sharing innovations and future collaborations with wool farmers and wool makers. An exhibition of wool creations using traditional and natural fibers, and they also participate felt makers sharing their forthcoming book on the science of felting.
I'm Deirdre Lane from Newbridge, founder of Shamrock Spring. It's an association of willing bodies and people who are interested in our future, in our ecosystem and in our planet. We're here in Newbridge Town Hall in the land of Bridget of Kildare to honour her legacy today as we see it. How can we work in our ecosystems better? How can we celebrate the fabulous wool that we have from the sheep of Ireland? We have creators from farm to yarn, farm to fashion, and how we can explore different ways today of making a microplastic-less world. We have celebrations from Newfoundland, artwork, to Newbridge, Canadian makers, American makers, felt makers. We have breaking research on the performance of wool in Ireland, research that was undertaken by the Irish Felt Makers Group. We also have farmers here in the room doing international negotiations for better treatment for our farmers, for the wool and for our agricultural communities. Why are we doing this today? Because the wool is categorized as waste. It's not being used. In the meantime, we're all wearing plastic clothes. So how can we address the fashion issue? How can we have makers' work valued? How can we create more goods that are aesthetically beautiful and honour the legacy of these fabulous makers in the room? We have Seamus Kirwan with us for the whole day, showing us how we can hack goods and hack services to make better spinning, weaving products for us. I'm very fortunate that Angela Lane and Maureen are with us from the Newbridge Knitters Group. We are the home of yarn bombing here in Kildare, so the legacy of Bridget and her mantle is very much flowing over the group here, sharing knowledge transfer, sharing information, and sharing better ways that we can work collegiately, collectively, collaboratively for a regenerative fashion future. Resilience in our community is so important. How can we weave better links for those who do find the time and make the time to share their skills and knowledge? We have some very gifted creators in the room, and we're here to celebrate the legacy of Bridget today, how 1,500 years later she's still influencing the lives of makers and creators here in Newbridge. We're fortunate to have sheep of many colours, celebrate those colours, celebrate the diversity in colour in our sheep and work more with less. And we have natural dyes that celebrate the natural dyes that work in the area. Let's forage better and use the science, chemical-free science, to work with our own health and our own skin to put our own chemical-free needs into the fashion that we're wearing and the clothing and textiles in our home too.
Next, we have a video, a live streaming actually, from Lala by the Dios Association in Spain. The presentation will show images of the 5 exhibitors organized with the scope to highlight the potential of wool as a tool of creativity in arts, design, craft, and fashion. Exhibitions will be held in different Spanish cities. This is live streaming, so gives emphasis to the role of the women in the breeding and sheep and also in the wool industry.
In 1922, we had 2 of these meetings, one in Guadalajara and another one in Madrid. Then, during the European Days of Artistic Crafts in April last year, we organized the exhibition in wool in Madrid at the Museo del Traje. Museo del Traje means costume museum. We had about more than 20 participants, which means 1/3 of the association. And we had many textile crafts represented. We had felting, weaving, knitting, some embroidery, also hat makers, hairdressers, and other fashion complements. And we organized also workshops. Then last year we also took part in the 2nd European Wool Day, also at the Museo del Traje. And Spain was the invited country last year. So the official program, we took part with a video of the wool exhibition, and you can see the link here. In the national program, 5 of our members show individual videos related with wool, and 3 other members, one in part were the same members, they organize workshops working with wool. Then, every 2 months, we organize online meetings choosing a topic. We chose wool for one of these meetings, a talking wool. And it was dedicated to introduce wool projects to our audience. And among the projects we presented was the European Wool Day. We had Alberto, the president. We had the honor to have him in our meeting. Then the exhibition was a success, and it was invited to tour through several Spanish cities. This is in Wool 2, in the convent of San Francisco de Avila, and we organized the exhibition there at the kind invitation of the Vestiarium Interobic project. We also organized, you can see to the right, a small exhibition of wool equipment. You have all the process represented with all the equipment, carders, and spinning wheels, and so on, as well as a lot of textiles made with wool. And we also organize workshops and guided tours, guided visit to the exhibition. In Wool 2 also travel in the same project, also by invitation of the Bestiario Angelovic project, we organized the exhibition in a very beautiful and very special building, a Rancho de Esquileo, meaning Shia Ranch, one of the oldest and biggest surviving in Spain, at least in the center of Spain, Cabanillas del Monte in Segovia. And we organized the exhibition there also. And then we were invited, we went to another city. Badajoz is located in Extremadura, which, as you may know, is one of the Spanish regions richer in sheep. It is the birthplace of merino sheep. And we were invited by the Diputación of Badajoz, which is a kind of provincial government. You can see weaving, knitting products, and also felt. And then in Wool 4, also all these exhibitions were in 2022. This was in La Hospedería Herbas, also in Extremadura, at the kind invitation of Laneras Association, which is an association working with wool. These are all weavings. Then we didn't want to forget education. We organized a workshop about wool and electronics. We think it's important to train makers and to train creators and craftspeople to use wool in new ways. And then allow me to talk about the project this year, because it's also related to wool. This year, into 2023, we will wait for your visit at a factory museum, La Encartada, an old woolen barrett factory dating from 1892. Is located near Bilbao in the Spanish Basque country, and we will be there from April 29 to September 13, with a program offering exhibitions, guided tours. We will have 2 exhibitions, one national and the other one international. You can see the posters here. We will organize workshops for both the professional and the family, seminars, lectures, masterclass. You are very welcome to join us, and you can send your proposal for workshops or any project, or just come drop in for a visit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Next, we have unraveling the merino. Okay. What we have next is we are still in Spain. Unraveling the Merino Wool by Mónica Sánchez Robes Ras de Terra, Spain. What we have here is a documentary in Spanish created by a group of 13 professionals, women, artists, creative directors, artisans, designers, and sheep breeders. They met together on the current to present the current situation of Spanish merino wool. The objective is extraordinary potential, the social and environmental benefits, and their scope is to give visibility to this wonderful raw material.
Desenredando la merina nace con la idea de concienciar sobre la problemática de la oveja merina en España. Ahora mismo hay ganaderos que lo están recuperando en el 95% su ADN, lo venden y lo exportan fuera, casi en su totalidad. Sin embargo, aquí nos faltan lavaderos y nos faltan escuelas de formación. Durante estas jornadas hemos tenido una serie de conferencias informativas de distintos profesionales del sector.
Esto lo cuento para que hagáis una idea de lo que os voy a contar hoy, de lo que es realmente el Sinorrio. El Sinorrio es una asociación que lo que quiere es que no se olvide los antiguos oficios.
Así que larga vida a la lana merina y a las ovejas merinas. Y os dejo con Mónica.
Tenemos la suerte también de contar con la escritora Consuelo, que ella nos va a ayudar a narrar todo lo que se ha vivido aquí durante estos días.
Creamos tejidos y creamos historias.
También hemos tenido unas bailarinas que han hecho unas performances sobre la lana merina en el terreno. También han estado residiendo aquí artistas trabajando con restos de productos elaborados o lana merina de vellón y creando piezas maravillosas, instalaciones de arte. Lo hemos abordado todo con mujeres. Es muy importante la labor que ha ejercido siempre la mujer en respecto a la oveja merina. Ha sido un trabajo que las mujeres eran cabreras, las mujeres eran las que hacían la lana, las tejedoras, estaba siempre relacionado con ellas. Entonces creía que era importante que se resaltara en este punto todo el potencial que dieron y la fuerza y la sabiduría que ellas tienen, ¿no?
Soy Lala de Dios y soy historiadora del arte por formación y tejedora por vocación.
Soy Mapi Millet y soy la directora creativa de GAN, que es una empresa que se dedica a hacer básicamente alfombras y las producimos todas en India de forma artesanal.
Hola, mi nombre es Ana Musma y soy artista plástica y multidisciplinar.
Soy Almudena Sánchez y formo parte de esa lana, que está dentro de la cooperativa integral activa y también de la asociación Laneras.
Hola, soy Andrea Hauer, soy artista plástica, trabajo con materiales encontrados y básicamente técnicas textiles.
Soy Charlotte Houman, soy diseñadora textil, soy danesa, nací en Dinamarca y hice la carrera de diseño textil en Copenhague.
Pues yo soy Barbara Long, soy británica, llevo más de 28 años viviendo en España, soy artista visual, últimamente estoy trabajando mucho con el textil.
Soy Verónica Garzón, soy coreógrafa, me dedico al sector de las artes escénicas.
Hola, soy Carmen Olimia, ganadera de Ganadería Joaquín Ortiz o Merino Spain, y estamos en Ras de Tierra para desenredar la lana merina.
yo creo que las artistas visuales, la gente que trabaja en el arte, está descubriendo las potencialidades enormes expresivas que tiene el textil. No solo los hilos, sino también las prendas, ¿no? Los textiles tienen muchas capas de significado, son un lenguaje, son un código.
Trabajo con materiales de la naturaleza, tratando de recomponer la relación que tenemos con ella y no estar separados, sino generar un objeto en que volvamos a ser, no un ente, pero volvamos a estar como en armonía.
Me sentí muy inspirada por el entorno y por la naturaleza, ¿no? De repente era como que yo veía imágenes, ¿no? Como que todas las ovejas recorriendo los espacios naturales, y a mí me recordaba un poco a la lava, ¿no?
Lo textil es tal vez una de las expresiones más antiguas, más ancestrales que tiene el hombre, y está tremendamente relacionada con las fibras naturales, con lo que somos desde el comienzo. Entonces creo que el textil te lleva a la esencia y te lleva directamente a la naturaleza, de una manera inevitable.
Y de niña yo iba por el campo cogiendo los mechones que dejaban las ovejas en las púas de alambre, en las zarzas. Entonces yo estaba buscando una manera de recaptar esta costumbre que ya no existe, ¿no? Porque ya no hay tantas ovejas pasando por el campo. La gente rural no tiene oportunidad de coger estos mechones de lana por las zarzas. Ni la lana tiene tanto valor que tenía.
Nos habíamos encontrado con una serie de problemas para desarrollar producto en lana merina extremeña, que era lo que nos interesaba, y hablando con Mónica, inmediatamente a ella se le ocurrió que teníamos que hacer algo para visibilizar estos problemas que nos estábamos encontrando y para darle un empujón desde su perspectiva artística del centro que ellos acababan de inaugurar en aquel momento, hace un año.
Yo trabajo con pequeñas fábricas familiares, que hay poquísimas ya, pero siguen existiendo algunos. Y el problema que veo es, ahora mismo tengo problemas para producir las mantas, porque no hay fábricas suficientes.
El mayor obstáculo es la pérdida de espacios y de infraestructuras donde poder trabajar y procesar la lana, y también la pérdida de sabidurías relacionadas con la transformación lanera.
Tengan en cuenta que la raza merina fue la base para poder trasladar la cultura española por el resto del mundo, ¿no? Ya que se pagaba con lana todas esas aventuras, ¿no? de Colón, y la gran historia española está escrita con piel de merina. Lo más importante que tenemos es eso, enseñarle al mundo, a la sociedad, a los artesanos, a los textiles, realmente qué es la lana merina. Y la lana merina no es la lana australiana ni es la lana argentina, porque eso es lana proveniente de ovejas españolas.
Es fundamental hacer un trabajo de educación, de concienciación y de sensibilización sobre que la lana es algo actual, que podemos trabajar con ella, que tenemos que mirar atrás para recuperar esa sabiduría, pero potenciarla en el presente.
Es muy importante poner en contacto todo el sector de la merina, los productores, los artesanos, los ganaderos, todo el mundo, los artistas, en contacto con otros sectores creativos que a lo mejor, y esto es lo que yo creo que el evento en Ras de Terra que Desenredando la Medina va a conseguir, es decir, porque sacar lo que es la lana del contexto habitual, ponerla en contacto con artistas, con diseñadores, con el público en general que a lo mejor nos acercaría en otro contexto, y es un evento multidisciplinar ligado a lo creativo, en un entorno maravilloso, y yo creo que este tipo de eventos tienen mucho futuro y es lo que hay que hacer.
Estas jornadas de Ras de Terra a mí me parecen una oportunidad fantástica de dar a conocer la lana merina española, de difundir la situación actual en la que se encuentra y de que la gente se dé cuenta de todas las posibilidades que hay y de la necesidad real de invertir en que eso no lo perdamos.
Tenemos todos un interés común y creo que no hay diferencias. Y eso es precisamente lo que más me interesa. La inclusión, la interdisciplinaridad y la unión de distintos saberes. Y aparte de que este lugar ofrece como un enorme lienzo en blanco, que es el paisaje, para poder trabajar en él.
Lo más divertido y lo más importante ha sido crear este tapiz colaborativo. Teníamos puertas abiertas al público y todo el que ha querido ha podido experimentar el poner las manos sobre la lana merina y tejer, que es un placer.
A mí me parece una idea estupenda el hacer un tapiz en común, sobre todo porque la lana, hay poco conocimiento de la lana, es lo que he visto yo a lo largo de estos años. Estamos en España, que produce 20 millones de kilos de lana al año, y hay muy poca gente que realmente sabe qué es la lana. Entonces, hacer este trabajo en común lo veo súper bien, porque la gente sé que gusta tocar la fibra y ser creativo también, y hasta a mí tengo ganas de ponerme a tejer.
Bueno, yo creo que el proyecto de Ras de Terra es un proyecto para sentirse orgullosos todos.
We are still in Spain. We have a festival, Avila, that is done in an impressive Palazzo Los Serrano to celebrate the European Wool Day. This exhibition focuses on an artistic, artisan and didactic proposal based on the wool of native Spanish sheep in order to highlight the value of the word of wool. The exhibition is a multidisciplinary meeting between three artists and craftsmen who join their efforts.
El impresionante patio del Palacio Renacentista Los Serrano, en el corazón de la ciudad de Ávila, en España, nos recibe para inaugurar el Festival Ávila, una oportunidad de celebrar los Días Europeos de la Artesanía y el Día Europeo de la Lana, con este encuentro singular. Hemos creado una forma diferente de intervenir el espacio, haciendo confluir distintas miradas, con un hilo común: la lana autóctona española. Diferentes artistas hacen posible esta intervención del espacio del Patio Los Serrano. El nombre que nos ha regalado Eduardo Escala, Ávila con H, donde confluyen la ciudad y el arte de hilar. Roberto Cartam dibuja el espacio del patio del palacio con lana hilada y tejida a mano y teñida con tintes naturales.
Todas mis obras que la lana es solo uno de los elementos, el otro elemento es el espacio en el que se mantiene la lana, y así es como hay que verlo.
José Barea, con su proyecto Bestiarium, nos presenta una muestra de fotografías de ovejas de razas autóctonas, una forma diferente de ver estos animales.
Y nuestra intención es dar a conocer todo el proceso de la lana, y pensamos que Ávila es un lugar muy importante para hacerlo, porque aunque hoy día parece que no tiene tanta importancia, durante siglos fue un lugar muy importante porque en Ávila coincidían dos geneas reales muy importantes.
Con el mapa de lanas hacemos un homenaje a las 45 razas de ovejas que tenemos en España, muchas de ellas en peligro de extinción. Una forma de dar voz a todo el trabajo silencioso que hacen ganaderos, artistas y artesanos. Un mosaico de texturas que invita a observar y tocar. Lo que hemos intentado es recopilar todas las lanas de las ovejas autóctonas que tenemos en España para dar a conocer razas que están en peligro de extinción, y también para tener el tacto con estas lanas, porque son completamente distintas unas de otras. En este marco maravilloso que nos cede Fundación Ávila para esta intervención, también tenemos la posibilidad de trabajar la lana en diversos talleres, gracias a la colaboración de expertas artesanas. Anunci Marazuela, de La Real Lana, imparte un taller de pájaros de fieltro realizados con aguja. Teresa Cabellos, de Teresa la Lana, nos enseña una técnica ancestral de tejer con telar de tablillas. Con Sara, de Macramé Design, creamos un tapiz de nudos de macramé con lana. Nuestras tejedoras, mágicas y divinas del grupo Tejiendo lo Serrano, que cada viernes tejen de forma solidaria para donar a diversos colectivos, nos invitan a tejer con ellas y crear, al hilo de la conversación, una red de lana ideada por la artista conceptual Asunción de Álvaro. Desde Islandia, el proyecto que comenzó hace casi 10 años, contamos el proceso de la lana desde el vellón de la oveja al hilo final que nos permite tejer prendas con historia. Entre todos queremos poner en valor la lana de oveja española, que es considerada un residuo y en muchas ocasiones se tira. Esto hace que las ganaderías se devalúen y en muchos casos los rebaños tan importantes para cuidar el medio ambiente, prevenir incendios y reforestar se terminan extinguiendo. Nuestro objetivo es que este evento sea el primer paso del Festival Ávila con H, que podamos continuar creciendo cada año gracias al apoyo de la Fundación Ávila y de todas las entidades sociales de la ciudad. Queremos enganchar Ávila a la lana.
Finally, we managed to arrive to the last presentation. It's an art show, named Red, always in Spain. The concept is that this art show came out from in occasion of the International Day of People with Disability. So they had the idea to create a montage with the concept mixed generations, giving emphasis to the roots of the people who live in this center and their not so distant youth.
Esta pieza escénica fue creada entre amantes de la tradición y la cultura de la lana. La asociación Yaya, Alberto Díaz, Rosario Granel y residentes y trabajadores de la Residencia Santa Luisa de la Diputación de León tejimos juntos esta representación para dar visibilidad y valor a la larga trayectoria del trabajo con la lana. En la primera escena cantamos Ya se van los pastores, canción tradicional leonesa que habla de la transhumancia. La segunda escena fue creada al ritmo popular castellano de las panaderas. Representamos el esquilado, el lavado, el peinado, el hilado, la tintura y el orillado de la lana. En la tercera escena, con música y danza, tejimos como se tejen las piezas de lana en un telar, a ritmo de corazón, mostrando así la magia de un tejido que creó una gran red.
Now, are you still alive?
We survived.
You survived? I just got the message that we may have the Guinness World Record for the longest marathon on wool. 6 hours, exactly 6 hours, a wonderful experience. Without break, no. From practically all European countries, practically. I was impressed also by the Netherlands, by Belgium, European countries and the United States. So thank you very much, Serbia and Vesna, for hosting this third. Thank you, Isabella and Julie, for chairing and helping us. And personally, all I can say is see you again, 9 of April, 24, from Greece. Vesna, closing.
Thank you so much, Mr. President of European Wool Foundation. Thank you, Isabella. I'm so happy to meet you, finally. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Poppy. Thank you, Panayota. So we will see the next year, 9 April, in Metzola.
I must say we should thank you, the technician, because it's really the applause, please. It's really not easy to do 6 hours putting together all the video and sending, plus the Zoom, plus we were always forgetting to switch off the microphone, so we are not professional.
Thank you for the streaming company, Ilya, Igor, Gagi. Thank you for Chigota Hotel for hosting us 2 days. And
thank you all for listening.
Yes, thank you.
Bye-bye.
To all guests.
Good night.